Раз. Раз, два. Раз, два, три. Можете что-нибудь сказать? Ага, если. Қазір. Тест.
English включи в Zoom.
Ты говоришь, что ли?
All right. Very good morning to all. Our apologies for the delay in the start of this conference. The reason is that our keynote speaker, who is based in the US, is currently not logged into our Zoom session. But nevertheless, I think we will begin, and we hope that by the time the scheduled keynote speech is supposed to start, he will be online. But if not, then we proceed with the other items on the program. All right. So very good morning to all. My name is Weng. I'm the Dean of the Graduate School of Public Policy at Nazarbayev University. On behalf of all my colleagues at the Graduate School of Public Policy, I'd like to warmly welcome you to the 6th Annual GSPP Conference. For those who are not familiar with the Graduate School of Public Policy, we are one of 7 schools in Nazarbayev University, and GSPP was established in 2012. And we are committed to the mission of improving the quality of life of people in Kazakhstan and Central Asia by training leaders to improve governance through teaching, research, and executive development that focuses on key policy and leadership challenges. We had our first intake of 22 students in 2013. And this year, in our 10th anniversary year, we are very pleased to be graduating a total of 100 students in our 3 programs, the Master in Public Policy, Master in Public Administration, and the PhD in Public Policy. All our degree programs are conducted in English, all our courses are conducted in English, and our master's degree programs are accredited with the, fully accredited with the European Association for Public Administration Accreditation, or IAPA. In addition to Kazakhstani students, we do have international students from 15 countries who have studied at the school. The dividends of good government, or good governance, I should say, has long been recognized within the international academic as well as the policy-making community. Countries with greater political stability, better accountability, improved information sharing, high government effectiveness, good regulatory quality, respect for rule of law, low corruption, and the active involvement of civil society groups are all in better position to secure longer term as well as higher quality of life for their citizens. In the case of Central Asia, an important component of governance that historically has been an important contributor to positive socio-economic development experience of the countries in the region has been political stability. And this has been substantiated by research by colleagues within the Graduate School of Public Policy. However, this political stability may now be perceived by many as being undermined by recent developments of rising conflicts as well as instability in the region. Examples of this instability or conflicts include the wave of protests in Kyrgyzstan in 2020, the water dispute between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan in 2021, and more recently, the unrest and the violence in Kazakhstan in early 2022. Now the eyes of the world are focused with understandable apprehension on the conflict in Ukraine. So this year's 6th annual GSPP conference centered on the theme of public policy and good governance in a changing world is designed to address some of these issues. We are honored to have as our keynote speaker, Professor Larry Diamond from Stanford University, who will talk about the stability or instability of political regimes. This will be followed by our first panel, organized by the Astana Civil Service Hub, which will discuss from the practitioner's perspective the progress of public sector governance or reforms towards people-centered governance. The second panel, devoted to political instability in Central Asia, will discuss recent issues and developments in Kazakhstan. After lunch, there will be other panels that will be focused on environmental sustainability issues, on policy and governance reforms, and whether or how the instability experienced in the region in recent times may create a challenge or opportunity for policy making and good governance. Organizing this conference would not have been possible without the support of our collaborators and sponsors. And here I would like to acknowledge the support of our strategic partner, the National University of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, as well as the Astana Civil Service Hub. I would like to thank my colleague, Professor Ricardo Peliso, and his team of hardworking colleagues, Madi Kanafia, as well as Aisha Mukasheva, for the efforts in organizing this conference. So I trust that we will have many interesting and fruitful discussions and outcomes arising from this conference. Beyond this conference, we hope that you continue to keep in touch with us in this network of like-minded researchers and practitioners. And we look forward to your active participation today and the many interesting discussions that will arise from this conference. So thank you.
Dear distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Astana Civil Service Hub. Let me begin by thanking the Nazarbayev University Graduate School of Public Policy and its Dean, Dr. Weng for our strong and long-lasting partnership. Nowadays, overlapping with each other, a VUCA or bunny world, geopolitical tensions and shifts, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, have placed immense pressure on governance systems around the globe. Worldwide, we observe that regardless of the socio-economic model, the critical eyes of citizens are turned to the state, fairly expecting timely and effective responses to crisis issues. Policymakers as well as public administration should meet growing citizens' expectations and ensure public trust. The latter is not only a social value, but a significant administrative capital, creating a fertile ground for the successful implementation of decisions made. In these circumstances, accountability and transparency, respecting citizens' rights and freedoms, as well as innovation and digitalization have an increasingly important role to play for the effectiveness and elasticity of governance in a changing world. Apparently, all the above require joint efforts of scholars and practitioners to develop innovative approaches and effective solutions in the field of public policy and good governance. In this regard, international cooperation and public administration research are gaining ever-growing significance. Therefore, supporting public administration schools and research centers in the region, as well as facilitating collaboration regionally and interregionally, have become an important priority for the Hub. Today, the multilateral platform of the Astana Civil Service Hub brings together 42 countries and 80 institutional partners from all over the world, with the aim to assist the governments of the region and beyond in promoting civil service effectiveness by building institutional and human capacity. Our flexible and demand-driven modality has certainly contributed to such wide global outreach. For the last 9 years, the Hub has delivered about 160 capacity building and research activities for over 9,000 practitioners and scholars from 125 countries. Along with the traditional forms of work, our knowledge products, especially case studies, as well as peer-to-peer learning alliances, have demonstrated the relevance of such forms of partnership to the demand and expectations of the Hub participating countries. Certainly, our strong portfolio of partnerships with the GSPP, among others, has also greatly contributed to the Hub's success. Taking this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to the GSPP and its faculty for their contribution to the development of public administration as a scientific domain in Kazakhstan and in the region overall. It's noteworthy that the Hub sessions organized within GSPP annual conferences, which have turned into a good tradition, always give fresh impetus to new ideas. I recall now how during the 2018 conference, the idea of publishing a book on public administration in post-Soviet countries was born. I'm delighted to share the good news that this idea has come to life earlier this year. The unique book titled Public Service Evolution in the 15 Post-Soviet Countries, Diversity in Transformation, was published by Palgrave Macmillan. I'm glad to see some of the co-authors, including my friend Bahram Khalilov, among the participants today. Certainly, today's conference will also contribute to the birth of such ideas. This will undoubtedly be facilitated by our distinguished speakers. Among them, I'd like to acknowledge with gratitude Mr. Ansuk Kuan, Deputy Director of Ministry of Personnel Management of the Republic of Korea, as well as my friend, Professor Rex Facer, the former member of the United States Federal Salary Council. Dear colleagues, I'm convinced the GSPP have prepared an excellent program for you, and you will make the most of it. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and every success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
We have some technical problems to reach our keynote speaker, so I think we will proceed with the first panel, the panel organized by Astana Civil Service Hub and chaired by Dr. Knox. And even when Larry Diamond is able to join us, so we will have to interrupt you to give time on the floor, and then we will resume your panel. Please take the floor.
So can I invite the panel members to join us at the podium? Thank you. Okay, so good morning. Let me again add my voice of welcome to that of the deans. This panel is a panel of practitioners brought together by the Astana Civil Service Hub. We may have to interrupt at some point if Professor Diamond joins us, so please bear with us. But I'm very grateful once again to the Astana Hub for bringing together such a wide diversity of speakers. In fact, the Astana Hub has such a rich network that they can easily cover many countries around the world in terms of public sector reform. And this panel is no different. So you will hear the experiences of our local Kazakhstani colleagues. You will hear experience from South Korea, from the United States, and from Azerbaijan. So it's with great pleasure that I introduce the first speaker, who will be Altir Baimenov, who's no stranger to our school. is a leading figure in terms of public sector reform in Kazakhstan and has championed a new model of public administration in Kazakhstan that has now started to roll out. Because I'm the chair, I exercise very strict time limit responsibilities here. So I'm asking participants to talk for about 10 minutes, and we will inform you after 10 minutes that your time is coming to an end, just to leave some time for discussion at the end from our participants. So thank you, and over to Mr. Akhmetov.
Speech.
Yeah.
If it's okay, I can read.
Okay, let me just check.
Yes, please. Good morning, dear participants to this conference. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting for this opportunity to take part in this very meaningful event. So I'm just wondering which language would you prefer me to speak? Oh, thanks. So I've got.
We have translation. So
Okay. Thank you. So I'll try to speak in English because I think it's a common language to speak today. So Kazakhstan is on the way to human-centered public administration model. This implies a transformation from an administrative and control system to a service model of interaction between the government and the people, where the main values are the citizens and their well-being. Value of trust comes first, such as public administration is designed to create conditions for a comfortable and safe life for citizens and their development, in the name of building a strong and competitive Kazakhstan, which is respected by international partners. This model would provide an ahead-of-time satisfaction of citizens' needs and continuous growth in the quality of life for everyone. The new model of public administration assumes a transparently functioning state apparatus as a whole, with the purpose of which is to maximize the positive socio-economic effect. At the same time, the shortcomings should be openly acknowledged, and therefore we assess that the state apparatus in Kazakhstan today is a collection of disparate institutions that pursue narrow departmental interests. Decisions are situational. The absence of analysis and planning stage, the setting of inconsistent and poorly defined goals often lead to a superficial decisions and zigzag development. Government institutions are conservative and managers pursue short-term goals. Often the creation of success, the criteria of success for managers is the satisfaction of the higher level managers instead of people. At the same time, there is an insufficient level of optimization and automation of business processes, bureaucracy, excessive reporting, inflexibility of the budget process, complex, excessively detailed legislative regulation. There is also a formal involvement of the population in the decision-making process of government bodies, subjective, intuitive decision-making without reliance on a predictive analytics and big data. The existing shortcomings lead to negative consequences such as an irrational and inefficient spending of funds, corruption, and growth of social injustice, a decrease in growth rates, and the failure to achieve strategic goals. Such consequences in turn lead to absence of real changes in the quality of life of citizens and decrease in trust in the authorities, the sustainability of development and competitiveness of the country, and an increase in social tension. The head of state, as well as the citizens of the country, clearly expressed during the recent referendum, expressed the will to change to provide a real change in life of people. In addition, the increasing volatility in uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity of social, economic, and geopolitical development requires correcting the current situation and applying new approaches to public administration. For this purpose, work is currently being carried out to ensure the transparency of procedures for the entry into the civil service, re-engineering business processes, and introduction to the project management. These systemic changes should ensure the principles of meritocracy and bottom-up decision-making in public bodies. At the same time, key changes must occur in our minds. This implies a change in the paradigm of thinking. The thinking focus of which would be the person and his interests and interests. It won't happen over the night. It requires time. It requires some sort of political will, and I think it's time to practice the principle change people or change people. So those who are not able to change their minds should be replaced somehow. In conclusion, allow me to thank you once again for organizing such an up-to-date and informative event. And I hope that today we shall additionally develop a vision of solving of many of problems in public administration. And I hope we will devise certain recommendations for Kazakhstan to improve the public administration system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akhmetov, and very good timekeeping. So let me move from the experience of Kazakhstan to the experience of people-centered governance in Korea. And I'm very pleased to welcome Kuan, who's just arrived a couple of hours ago and looks extremely fresh for having spent a long journey getting to us. So thank you very much.
살레메스즈베 안녕하십니까? 한국인사혁신처 안석환 사무관입니다. 공공정책 분야 카자흐스탄 최고 교육기관인 NU GSPP에서 발표하게 된 것을 영광으로 생각합니다. 여러분, 성공하는 정부, 굿 거버넌스를 위한 핵심 요소는 무엇일까요? 좋은 법과 제도를 마련하는 것, 그리고 적정한 예산을 적절한 곳에 사용하는 것. 물론 이런 요소들은 매우 중요합니다. 하지만 이보다 더 중요한 것은 실제로 정부를 운영하는 사람이라고 생각합니다. 국가의 핵심 인재를 공무원으로 채용하고 핵심 인재를 채용한 공무원들을 잘 훈련시키고 그리고 훈련된 공무원들이 적극적으로 일할 수 있도록 동기부여를 하는 것이 바로 굿 거버넌스가 가능하다고 생각합니다. 저는 한국 정부에서 추진하고 있는 사람 중심 거버넌스의 3가지 주요 사례를 여러분께 소개해 드리고자 합니다. 첫 번째 사례는 국가인재 데이터베이스, National Human Resources Database입니다. 한국 정부는 국가 핵심 인재를 공무원으로 채용하기 위해 1999년부터 국가인재 데이터베이스를 구축하여 운영하고 있습니다. 국가인재 데이터베이스란 잠재적 공직 후보자인 국가 핵심 인재에 대한 정보를 데이터베이스화 하여서 축적하여 관리하는 시스템을 말합니다. NHRDB에는 관리자급 공무원, 교수, 의사, 경영인, 법률가, 박사, 연구자, 그리고 전문가 등 다양한 국가 핵심 인재의 정보를 축적하고 있습니다. 현황이고요. 2001년 NHRDB에 등록된 인재는 약 7만 명 수준이었지만 2021년에는 4배 이상 증가하여 33만 명을 넘고 있습니다. 지금부터는 한국 정부가 NHRDB의 인재 정보를 어떻게 축적하고 관리하고 있는지에 대해서 소개해 드리겠습니다. 첫째, 한국 정부는 NHRDB를 관리하는 전담 부서를 운영하고 있습니다. 여기 빨간색으로 표시된 부서가 바로 NHRDB를 관리하는 전담 부서입니다. 약 한 40명 정도가 이제 여기에서 근무를 하고 있고요. 최고의 HR 전문가가 국가 핵심 인재를 찾기 위해 노력하고 있습니다. 둘째, 시민들이 직접 국가 핵심 인재를 추천할 수 있습니다. 시민이 추천한 인재에 대해서는 인재에 대한 정보는 검증과 심사 절차를 거쳐서 NHRDB에 그 정보가 등록되게 됩니다. 셋째, 민관 협력을 통해서도 국가 핵심 인재에 대한 정보를 축적해 나가고 있습니다. 여기 보시는 것처럼 다양한 전문가 단체들과 업무 협약을 맺고 그리고 매년 글로벌 인재 확보 전략 세미나를 개최하는 등 많은 노력들을 해 나가고 있습니다. 한국 정부는 장관, 차관, 그리고 고위공무원 등 핵심 직위 선발 시 NHRDB의 인재 정보를 활용하고 있습니다. NHRDB를 활용하여 공직자를 추천하는 방법은 크게 3가지입니다. 첫째, 인사혁신처의 헤드헌터가 공직 후보자를 추천할 수 있습니다. 둘째, 각 기관의 HR 담당자가 NHRDB에 접속해서 직접 후보자를 검색할 수 있습니다. 셋째, NHRDB의 인공지능이 해당 직위에 적합한 공직 후보자를 추천할 수 있습니다. 물론 이 중에서 이제 한 가지 방법을 사용할 수도 있겠지만 2개, 3개의 방법을 중복해서 사용하는 경우가 더 많습니다. 두 번째로 소개해드릴 사례는 인재개발 플랫폼, HRD 플랫폼입니다. 인재개발 플랫폼은 한국 정부가 공무원들의 역량 제고를 위해 구축한 공무원 인재개발 온라인 플랫폼입니다. 인재개발 플랫폼에는 다양한 학습 컨텐츠들이 있습니다. 이러닝, 그리고 특강, 세미나, 토크쇼, 마이크로러닝, 보고서, 그리고 논문과 같이 약 70만 개 이상의 학습 컨텐츠들을 공무원들에게 제공하고 있습니다. 인재개발 플랫폼의 또 다른 특징은 실시간 그리고 쌍방향입니다. 인재개발 플랫폼에서는 공무원 스스로가 학습자이면서 동시에 강사가 될 수 있습니다. 인재개발 플랫폼 자체 SNS 그리고 실시간 영상 강의 기능을 통해서 공무원은 자신의 업무 노하우를 동료들과 실시간으로 공유를 할 수가 있습니다. 또한 필요하다면 공무원 스스로가 유튜버처럼 직접 마이크로 러닝을 제작하여 동료들과 공유할 수가 있습니다. 또한 인재개발 플랫폼의 인공지능은 빅데이터 기술을 바탕으로 공무원 개인에게 필요한 학습 컨텐츠를 맞춤형으로 추천해주고 있습니다. 유튜브라든지 넷플릭스 이런 것들을 생각하면 이해하기 쉬우실 것 같습니다. NHRDB 그리고 HRD 플랫폼에 이어서 세 번째로 소개해드릴 사례는 적극행정입니다. 적극행정은 한국 정부가 공무원들에게 강조하는 핵심 가치 중 하나입니다. 공무원들이 변화를 두려워하지 않고 적극적으로 일해야만 정부가 성공할 수 있습니다. 한국 정부는 적극 행정을 위해서 다양한 인센티브를 제공하고 있습니다. 매년 적극 행정 우수 사례 경진 대회를 개최하여 공무원들에게 포상을 실시하고 있습니다. 여기 가운데 보이는 분이 저희 총리, 한국의 총리님입니다. 또한 최고 등급의 성과급, 그리고 봉급 인상, 승진 등과 같은 파격적이고 다양한 인센티브를 제공하고 있습니다. 한편 한국 정부는 적극적으로 일하는 공무원을 보호하고 있습니다. 공무원이 불확실한 규정으로 업무를 적극적으로 처리하기 곤란할 때 적극행정위원회의 권고에 따라 업무를 처리하면 문제가 발생하더라도 그 공무원을 처벌하지 않습니다. 한국 정부는 적극적으로 일하는 과정에서 공무원 개인이 소송을 당하는 경우 공무원 1인당 최대 7만 달러까지 소송 비용을 지원하고 있습니다. 한국 정부는 적극적인 공무원에 대해서는 인센티브를 제공하고 보호하지만 소극적인 공무원은 징계하고 있습니다. 시민들은 누구나 소극적으로 일하는 공무원을 온라인 소극행정 신고센터에 신고할 수 있습니다. 만약 조사를 통해 해당 공무원이 소극적으로 일한 것이 확인되면 그 공무원은 처벌을 받게 됩니다. 지금까지 한국 정부의 사람 중심 거버넌스의 세 가지 사례를 소개해 드렸습니다. 정부의 성공을 위해서는 사람이 무엇보다도 중요하다는 말씀을 드리며 끝으로 한국의 전 총리께서 공무원들에게 강조했던 문구를 하나 소개해 드리고자 합니다. 접시를 깨는 것은 용서할 수 있지만 접시에 먼지가 끼는 것은 용서할 수 없다. You can be forgiven for breaking a plate, but not for letting it collect dust. 열심히 설거지를 하다가 실수로 접시를 깨는 것은 용서할 수 있지만 설거지를 하지 않고 방치해서 접시에 먼지가 끼는 것은 용서할 수 없다는 내용의 비유적인 그런 표현입니다. 한국의 사례가 여러분들께 조금이나마 도움이 되셨기를 바라며 이상으로 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. An Suk-hwan. Very interesting to hear the South Korean experience, particularly in terms of public sector recruitment, which is actually an issue that's facing Kazakhstan at the moment as well. So let's move on to another part of the world. And I'm very pleased to welcome Sabina Husanova, who's going to share the experience of Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan have worked very closely together through the Astana Civil Service Hub to share experiences. So welcome, Sabina.
So, good day to you all. I'm very pleased to be here today and to share with you the experience of the Republic of Azerbaijan. First of all, thank you for organizers of this event. I think it will be indeed very productive for all of us. So I would like to start first with the presenting you information regarding the services of the State Examination Center in the field of public administration. So the first one, which is actually the main one, and it's reflected in the charter of the State Examination Center, that's the process of recruitment, promotion, and performance appraisal in civil service. On this slide, you can see the general statistics from 2021 regarding this service, for whom we provided it, for how many people, and so on. As you can see, the total number of civil servants in our country is 22,000, and in 2021, 700 civil servants were appointed to the vacant positions. The second direction is normative methodical provision. So each year by the SAC, several awareness-raising events are organized. That's done specifically not only for civil servants in order to know more about the promotion, performance appraisal, and so on, but also for potential target audience, which means students and graduates. The second direction is development of methodical aids and instructions specifically for those who are the potential civil servants who would like to continue their work career on civil service. Another direction is professional development. The SAC conducts skills gap analysis on civil service, and based on that, prepared the list of potential training topics that can be conducted for civil servants. For now, more than 15 trainings are prepared by the SAC expert and conducted. Among that list, I can list TOT, conflict management, performance appraisal, overview of HRM management, and so on. The next direction is monitoring of ethical conduct. So the SAC receives and investigates all the let's say, complaints regarding the violation of ethical conduct rules in civil service. Contracted testing services. As we're the public legal entity, we receive requests from different special civil service or the bodies that are not actually civil service regarding the organization of recruitment tests. And recently, we conducted the recruitment test for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the beginning of 2022. And annually, we do organize exams for the Ministry of Justice, State Immigration Service, Bar Association, and so on. The last field I would like to mention is online services. So in the SAC, we have several structural units that are specializes in the IT field. And with their help, we prepared 5 main e-databases in the field of civil service in our country. You can see them on this slide. The first one is the registry information system. So information about all the civil servants in our country is in that system. Candidate information system, candidate verification system, job management system, and talent pool. So the first 4 are mainly for those in order to get information about the potential civil servants or currently working as civil servants. The last one is talent pool. So the successful candidates, if they are not appointed, information about them goes to talent pool system. These are the 5-year stats related to the services provided by our center. As you can see, the number of e-service users is over 35 million. test takers approximately 3 million, and certificate recipients that are eligible for civil service admission is more than 10,000. These are the 5-year statistics. Well, the information I provided till this moment was about the State Examination Center. However, we do have some other institutions that are quite active in the field of public services delivery. And here are all of them. The first one is Astana Service Center, which is actually one of the most advanced and active institutions as the one-stop shop model. They provide more than 150 services, such as issuance of driving licenses, renewal and issuance of IDs, passports, migration services, and so on. Second one is DOS centers. They function under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection of Population, and their activities are related to the activities of the ministry itself. So that's the questions related to employment, labor relations, pensions, social services, and so on. The last one, eGov Development Center, which is actually kind of the umbrella, which covers the activities and services all the previous institutions. So they manage the exchange of information between the e-databases and platforms of the institutions unmentioned and e-services through the eGov portal. So total, this center provides over 400 services on its eGov platform, which are currently linked to State Examination Center, Astana services, DOS centers, and so on. That's it. That's all I wanted to present. If you have any questions, I will be very pleased to respond to them. And thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Sabina, and we'll take questions at the conclusion of our panel. So let me move now to Professor Rex Facer, who's going to talk to us about a global overview of human resource development. Thank you, Rex.
Well, I am honored to have the opportunity to join you. I'm grateful to the Astana Civil Service Hub for their support and for their interest in the work that I've done over time. And I want to talk today about kind of how we get and keep public servants. Because after all, public servants are the key to having a civil service that provides a citizen-centric effort. And how do we ensure that we have high-quality public servants? Well, it's really simple, right? We go to basic HR principles, and we talk about things like recruitment, development of employees, as well as retention. Now, on the face of it, those seem quite simple and things that are readily available, and we have long-standing practices with them. Unfortunately, what we find is in a lot of organizations, we don't do a very good job in these things. And whether that's in the United States, at the federal government level, we've struggled with recruitment. How do we make sure we're attracting the best and the brightest? How do we stay competitive? And this is all further exacerbated in today's context, right? We have all kinds of volatility, some of which is coming from a constrained labor market that has high competition for laborers with the challenge of becoming an employer of choice. If it is that as a perspective, and this is one of the advantages that you all will have as graduate students who are coming onto the job market, this is a right time for you to make choices. Now, the downside is the organizations that need to recruit you need to sell themselves in ways that they are not accustomed to doing. And so how to public agencies become employers of choice? Well, they have to start thinking much more about that notion of governance that the dean talked about at the very early on, and how do we create good governance in our institutions? One of the strategies that we frequently see discussed is changing and remaking our compensation practices. For 40, nearly 50 years, we've been talking about pay for performance as the answer in many ways to the compensation challenge. And unfortunately, some of you may have the opportunity later this year to hear from my good friend Jim Perry, and he'll probably talk a little bit about how pay for performance doesn't necessarily work very well. Now, there's some interesting work that's come out of places like Germany that suggests that if we do it right, if we improve the trust component of our organizations, that it's possible to make pay for performance work. I've been working with a number of local governments in the United States, and we're trying to do that. But the key is it really requires some rethinking about how we engage with our employees. The other thing that we have to spend more time thinking on in the recruitment process is how employees and potential employees view work-life balance expectations. I know that for many of us, one of the things that we want is we want to have a balance between the time we spend with our family and friends with the time that we spend engaged in our public service occupations. Well, how are you going to provide that meaningfully? One government agency has tried to do a few things. They've tried to encourage people to exercise, for example. And folks that are working from home, one of the things that looks like it will stay to some extent following the pandemic, this increased variation in our workplace location. How do you keep people engaged? Are you doing things to keep them healthy? Are you doing things to encourage them to be engaged with their families and their friends? And it's important to think about that. We have increasing wage pressures. We have the dual threat of inflation and the global supply chain challenges, as well as the constrained labor market. All of those put wage pressures on employers. And how are employers going to be competitive, especially if they have budgets that are not robust and resilient? So it really does create some strategies. One of the tools that we've seen some organizations use is to start reshaping the analytical frame from which they analyze potential candidates. Historically, when we look at applications, we look at education as one of the criteria. We have a number of government agencies that are moving away from that, and instead of education, they're looking more at skills and experience. And the idea being that in the market, what we value isn't the accumulation of check marks, but what we value is people being able to produce a good or a service. And if we can evaluate their ability that way, then we have a much greater chance of acquiring the right talent in our organizations. The long and short of it is recruitment, for as simple as it seems, will be a very messy space for us in the next several years as we try and sort through some of this. And I encourage you, those of you interested in becoming a civil servant, that you think about the ways and the strategies that different organizations are using, whether it's through an entrance exam, like we had heard from Azerbaijan, or whether it's a more traditional resume and application process. Think about what it is that they're trying to tell you about their organization and how that makes them an interesting place to be. But more importantly, I want you to think about, from a development perspective, what is it that we're doing to help employees grow and develop? One of the themes that we see across the globe, and we see it in places literally from the Far East to Central Asia, to Europe, to North America, we see people giving a focus to competency management and trying to decide what are the competencies that we care about and how can we develop those competencies in our employees. So not just what are the specific skills of an accountant or a budget analyst, but what are the broader set of competencies that are necessary to grow and develop. Together with that, our good friend and colleague Sabina mentioned the role that performance appraisals can play in this process. It is important, but unfortunately, as I talk to organizations, probably about 90% of the organizations indicate that their performance appraisal processes are not successful. And it appears to me, as I've interacted with many organizations, that it's not that they have to be ineffectual, but it's that we have trained ourselves to create ineffectual performance evaluation systems. We have become afraid of holding people accountable. We've become afraid of giving employees the ability to make choices about what they're going to do. And if we don't give them choices and we don't hold them accountable, then how are they ever going to grow and develop? And so it becomes part of this wider system. If we want performance appraisal to work, we have to engage more meaningfully with employees and we have to hold them accountable and allow that process to work and move forward. Ultimately, training matters. I don't need to say very much of that, especially in a world where it seems like the first place the budget that folks want to cut is training. It makes a huge difference and we notice it when it's gone. Just want to talk about a couple of things briefly before I get the signal that retention. What makes your agency a place where you want to stay? Right? What makes your agency a place where people want to encourage their friends to come and work there? My wife works for the state of Utah in their finance department, and the finance director has been holding a series of what they call stay interviews. The idea being that you engage with your employees and ask them, what is it that will make you want to stay in our organization? And then you try and do those things that the employees tell you they would like to have happen, right? If you can engage with your employees and have productive conversations, you're much more likely to get them to stay. So in the long term, if we want good employees who are going to be able to tackle the wicked public problems that we're facing, we need to attract them, we need to develop them, and we need to keep them. And we need to have ways for them to grow. If the only way for them to grow and develop in their career is to exit your organization, you're probably doing it wrong. And I encourage you to think about what you can do to make sure that when we have all kinds of volatility going on, we have uncertainty, we have complexity, we have ambiguity, what are you doing to give your employees some stability so that they can focus their energies on tackling those difficult problems? What are you doing to recruit, develop, and retain the high quality public servants that we need to be successful in solving today's problems? Today, we have serious problems. You know them far better than I do. You see them ranging from inflationary pressures to global conflict to shortages of food substances and other basic necessities. We've got to have bright public servants tackling those. And the only way we'll do that is if we get the recruitment, development, and retention of those employees right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Rex. And I think that's particularly pertinent presentation, not just for Kazakhstan, but all the countries represented here. I think certainly in Kazakhstan, we do struggle to make the public sector an employer of choice. many countries are exercised by performance-related pay, and I think the whole issue of performance appraisal, I think, is something that many civil servants struggle with. So thank you for those insights. So I have such a disciplined panel today that we're moving on very efficiently, and we move to the last one. I think I frightened them all at the start when I spoke to them. So we're moving on to a very interesting ongoing research project led by Bota Rakisheva, who's leading the Kazakhstan wing of a global project that is located in Stanford. So Bota is going to share some early results from Kazakhstan. So welcome, Bota.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Разрешите, во-первых, поблагодарить организаторов сегодняшнего мероприятия за возможность участия. Я благодарю Назарбаев университет, который является одним из партнеров нашего института. Мы работаем по 25 лет в области социологических исследований и проводим исследования в Казахстане и в других странах мира. И Назарбаев университет, профессора университета являются часто нашими партнерами в различных исследовательских проектах. И мы давно дружим и уже провели ряд мероприятий, в том числе постоянная школа, научный семинар по миграции с школой гуманитарных исследований. И сегодня я хотела бы рассказать о двух наших проектах, которые именно проводятся в рамках, в сфере вот сегодняшней темы нашей конференции. Первый проект – это проект, который инициировал Астанинский хаб, проект, который является первым своего рода в Казахстане, и за большое количество времени такие исследования очень редки. И сегодня мы говорим много о ценностях нашего общества, мы сегодня говорим о влиянии наших национальных традиций, культурных особенностей на современную ситуацию. И Астанинский хаб, команда Астанинского хаба инициировала проект, который называется «Влияние культурных традиций и ценностей на государственную службу». Мы его проводим, наш институт проводит полевые работы, мы вместе обсуждали методологию исследования, мы вместе готовили инструментарий этого исследования, потому что это новый проект и новый взгляд на эту тему, и поэтому для нас большая честь быть частью этого большого проекта. И одна часть проекта закончена, мы опросили 25 экспертов в Казахстане, это известные исследователи, философы, современники, которые знают ситуацию сегодняшнего дня. В основном это историки, культурологи, антропологи, политологи, люди гуманитарной сферы, которые высказали нам свои понимания влияния традиций наших, на современную государственную систему. Сегодня проводится вторая часть этого проекта. Мы уже изучаем этот фокус, уже наведен на другую группу, на тех, кто стоял у истоков государственности, на тех людей, которые знают, что такое реформы, проводили реформы в государственной службе. Я надеюсь, мы будем презентовать уже результаты в ближайшее время в Туркестане на большом форуме через буквально 2 дня. И второй проект – это проект, который проводится достаточно долгое время. Мы готовились к нему только около 2 лет. Это исследование, которое проводит Центр по вопросам демократии и развития верховенства права Стэнфордского университета, главный руководитель, координатор Фрэнсис Фукуяма. И буквально 3 года тому назад команда этого центра обратилась к нам, профессорам Назарбаев университета. Профессор Kuan является частью этой команды, для того, чтобы провести это исследование в Казахстане. Этот проект был начат уже в Бразилии, проведен в Соединенных Штатах Америки, в Китае. Сейчас формируются команды в других странах мира. Это компаративное социологическое международное исследование по изучению проблем государственного управления, по изучению системы государственного управления в разных странах. Это компаративное, то есть сравнительное исследование. И сегодня мы находимся на этапе проведения полевых работ. Есть специальный сайт, посвященный данному проекту, на котором уже опубликован ряд результатов данного проекта. Это главные исследователи, которые занимаются данным проектом. Кроме нашей группы, работают также партнеры из Всемирного банка, ряд других партнерских организаций включены в данный проект, потому что это глобальное исследование, которое проводится в ряде стран мира. Не параллельно, к сожалению, а начиная последние уже 10 лет это исследование проводится в разных странах. Со стороны Казахстана рабочая группа состоит из, во-первых, из профессоров Назарбаев университета, профессор Карышен, профессор Колин Нокс, Академия государственного управления в лице представителя Айгуль Кушербаевой, Айгуль Садвакасовой, и, собственно, я тоже работаю в Академии госуправления, поэтому я нахожусь вот в этом проекте и как исследователь, и как человек, который непосредственно работает в этой сфере. И представители других структур также являются членами нашей группы, но вот именно рабочая группа – это те люди, которых вы видите на экране. 2 года мы готовили только методологию исследования, а во время пандемии мы обсуждали очень долго методологию этого проекта, да, долгое время все нюансы, и мы благодарны Назарбаев университету, который предоставил нам свою платформу Qualtrics, на которой мы проводим это исследование. Здесь будут проведены в этом исследовании опросы государственных служащих Республики Казахстан, которые проходят стажировки в Академии государственного управления, и наша как бы оптимальная выборка, которую мы хотим опросить, это 10 тысяч респондентов. Планируется проведение фокус-групп, глубинных интервью. Сейчас уже провели опросы 3700 государственных служащих разного уровня, представителей разных регионов, разных государственных служб, и центральных государственных органов, и местных исполнительных органов. И у нас уникальная такая возможность. Мы провели поле до января 2022 года, и мы проводим поле после января 2022 года. То есть мы можем видеть большие изменения на группе, вот, которую мы изучаем. Опрос проводится в 14 регионах: в Нур-Султане, в Алмате, в Шымкенте. Это онлайн-исследование. Проводится на казахском и русском языках. Огромная анкета, 42 вопроса, плюс 12 вопросов социально-демографического параметра. И мы сейчас находимся на этапе полевого исследования и активно проводим полевые работы. Здесь публикации уже по результатам исследований, которые уже проведены и опубликованы в различных журналах, книгах. На основе этих исследований была сделана масса публикаций в академических журналах, также были проведены ряд конференций, и мы планируем также по итогам нашего исследования проведение конференции. Надеемся, что, может быть, через некоторое время на площадке данной конференции мы будем обсуждать результаты исследования. Здесь мы подготовили вместе с рабочей группой центра одну презентацию буквально, так как предварительные данные, исследования еще проводятся, это только предварительные данные. И мы сравнили это с исследованиями, с результатами исследований, проведенных в Китае, в США, в Бразилии, в Украине. И вы видите вот некоторые результаты, это ответы респондентов, государственных служащих на вопрос, на ряд вопросов, которые были заданы респондентам в этом проекте. Нужно отметить, что в исследовании изучаются разные стороны жизни государственного служащего, его повседневность, его мотивация, его удовлетворенность работой, его удовлетворенность социальным обеспечением, его отношение к будущему, какая мотивация для работы, какая мотивация для дальнейшего продвижения. То есть разные стороны жизни государственных служащих мы изучаем, и, надеюсь, это будет полезно для практиков, это будет полезно для теоретиков, и через некоторое время мы будем готовиться уже к проведению качественных исследований, к фокус-группе, глубинных интервью, и, надеюсь, будем через год, может быть, обсуждать эти результаты исследования, сравнивать, дебатировать, дискутировать, и мы готовы к сотрудничеству с вами, с практиками этого вопроса, и будем надеяться, что будем презентовать результаты уже на конференции. Спасибо.
Okay, thank you very much, Bota, and I should acknowledge that Bota has been the driving force for this project in Kazakhstan. Herself and her colleagues have really pushed for the survey. It's been a long time in gestation, We had some problems with funding, but BOTA has been the main driving force for it. So I think even already returns of over 3,000 civil servants is impressive. And I think it is going to make for very good academic publications in terms of comparative civil service reform. So thank you. I don't know if Professor Diamond is with us yet. Okay, so because we've had a very disciplined panel, we have lots of times for questions. So can I open up the floor for questions to any or all of our presenters? Yeah, please, Chopin. I think our presenters can use the microphones in front of them.
Thank you very much. Шолпан Исимова. Sorry, in English. I have one question to Altair. You mentioned in your speech about the re-engineering process in public bodies, in public administration system, and at the same time, and project management approaches, which also very attractive for our system. But before this, I think very necessary to change the structure of the public bodies and all of the system of civil service, because we're working in more unflexible system and more mechanical. We need to change our structure to the flexible market, more like this system. But please, could you just explain what's kind of reason and what kind of maybe transformation necessary to transition to the from the old system to the project management system of the organization of the public bodies? This is one question. And second question I have to Rex about you mentioned also about the educational program, and this is the main part of the development civil service servants. And how the unstable situation, crisis with pandemic, with war, this is like unstable system everywhere. How all the reasons and factors impact for their designing a new program of their governance or public administration? How in your universities change all the things and maybe put it in new subjects, focuses for the anti-crisis management or other things, just very necessary for us to know, because also just I think we have problems with the redesigning program of educational program and curriculums of our country. This is just share your experience in this area. Thank you very much.
Если позволите, я тогда на русском отвечу. Вопрос очень правильный. Боюсь, что я на него какого-то универсального или волшебного ответа дать не смогу. Но вы правы, что сегодня человекоцентричное госуправление предполагает внедрение, в том числе так называемых плоских организаций, да, не иерархичных, не сильно централизованных и так далее. Одним из решений этого вопроса это и будет внедрение проектного подхода, проектного менеджмента, поскольку он предполагает создание неких команд вне структуры. Это позволяет обеспечить определенную гибкость. И в том числе проектный менеджмент также решает проблему вовлечения стейкхолдеров в процесс принятия решений. Это и есть суть сегодняшнего, насколько я понял, нашей конференции, каким образом сделать человекоцентричным госуправление. Естественно, вы, наверное, нам надо работать в первую очередь над человеческим капиталом в системе. Самым системным ходом было бы внедрение меритократических, транспарентных механизмов входа на госслужбу и развитие человеческого капитала внутри системы. Приблизительно такой ответ. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. И можно второй вопрос, second question. Не думаете ли вы, что сегодняшняя система государственной службы, она очень закрытая система, карьерная модель, вообще она считается очень такой, знаете, для меня, мне кажется, что очень закрытая, она как бы стагнирует и не впускает новых людей в систему государственных служащих извне, новые идеи, свежие, да, вот из бизнеса. Нужно ли сегодня Казахстану опять подумать и сделать reinvention, то есть пересборку вообще всей системы государственной службы и пересмотреть подходы и технологии, и методы, потому что все-таки мир поменялся у нас, и вы видите, очень много изменений происходит вовне, окружающей среде, и весь мир сейчас очень нестабильный. Нужно ли сегодня Казахстану поменять вообще подходы и технологии, вообще систему, как бы перейти на более открытую и более другую, ну, может быть, и модель организации государственной службы? Чисто ваш опыт, как мне, с точки зрения человека, который именно курирует эти вопросы и занимается реформами в государственном управлении, в администрации президента. Спасибо.
Рахмет. Постараюсь очень коротко. Да, вопрос требует в первую очередь, наверное, пересмотра процесса рекрутмента. И сегодня в этом направлении приоткрою занавес. Агентство проводит работу по обеспечению прозрачности. И вот как коллега говорил о том, что мы отходим от подбора людей чисто по формальным признакам, по квалификационным требованиям, по наличию какого-то образования. Сегодня же система будет настроена таким образом, что, во-первых, шанс сговора будет исключен будет возможность кого-то протащить, и мы будем уже смотреть на компетенции, навыки, необходимые на конкретном участке работы, и самое главное, на ценности человека. Определенные инструменты будут вшиты в автоматизированную систему, и я надеюсь, что агентство справится с поставленной задачей в установленные сроки. Мы планируем это сделать к сентябрю 2023 года, в промышленную эксплуатацию ввести. Ну и в то же время вы правы, я в своем выступлении сказал, что многие вещи предполагают изменение мышления, и мышление в том числе руководящего состава госорганов. Каким образом это произойдет, ну, наверное, время покажет, но думаю, что нам именно нужно идти сверху вниз в части изменений. Спасибо.
Sure. So the question really is about how do we adapt our curricular strategies, and it's difficult because you have to be willing to change. And so I think there are two key components, at least from my perspective. One is you have to have a champion, somebody who's willing to say, we have to make something different and new. Now, the second thing that you have to have is some sort of vision for what you want to become. And with education, our curriculum, the problem is that as faculty, and having served as a faculty member for 20 years, I'm familiar with this tendency that we want to teach our class the same way we did last year, because that's how we know how to do it. The problem is that the world is changing and we may need to do something different. And so some of that needs to come from the institutional incentives that encourage us to try and do things differently. There are some of us who are simply willing to try and do that. For example, took an interesting course on decision-based learning, and it was all about a new frame of reference for how to present material. You essentially are using decision trees to help in problems that ranging from statistics to HR issues, and so. But are we willing to go to that effort? Most of the time, the answer is no, because we don't have any reward structures that encourage us to do that. And so we talk about the importance of turning things around and changing things. Well, we've got to change the reward structures if it is that we want people to be willing to change their classes. One of the things that I did in the last few years of my teaching, I started a new process where at the end of every class, I would ask 3 questions. I would ask, what helped your learning today? What took away from your learning today? And what could we have done differently to have a better learning experience? And we would spend 5 minutes or so at the end of class, but that set up a context for being willing to make changes to the course moving forward. And it set an expectation, because I was asking, the students were going to hold me accountable, that I was going to try and be responsive to those things. And so part of it is we've got to have those champions. We've got to have a vision for what can happen. And we have to be willing to try and do things differently than we have in the past.
And maybe additional about the ration, hard skills and soft skills disciplines in your. This is also a change in this time, or because before I read that about 80%, but now how is the situation? Thank you. I'm sorry for many questions.
No, the soft skills are going to be more and more important, but at the same time, we can't get away from those hard skills. The data analytics are becoming even more critical. And so it's being able to do both that creates what I like to call the super student that employers really find attractive. And when you get it right, your students are in demand. So.
Can you hear? All right, that's good. Thank you so much. I'm Emil Bayram from Nazarbayev University. So basically, what's happening, recent trends from the oil and gas and mining industry, majority of them, they kind of move to the Scrum technologies, actually. And the Scrum approach that allows for the organization to better quantify the activities of the employees, better target them to the organizational objectives and organizational expectations to make the highest productivity. And the third issue that you can really not approaching from the performance approach side, but how effectively you organize the work of the organization to achieve the right targets. And it doesn't really mean that you have 1,000 employees, it's effective. You can have 30 employees, it's also going to be effective. Depends how well you organize that. So have you tried to apply the Scrum-based approach to make the organization more agile so that it really adjusts to any kind of situation on market? And how did that work from your experience? Thanks so much.
I guess I'll take a stab. The issue of agility is difficult because employees like to know what it is that we expect of them, right? And when the rules keep changing or what we expect of them keep changing, it makes it hard to adapt. But as you state, when we've got this world of uncertainty where we need to have these changes, we have to have this give and take. And I'm not I'm not certain what the best strategy is to create that. It may be, as you said, this kind of collaborative effort where you agree on the targets, and then you have a willingness to adjust on the mechanisms to hitting those targets. But getting a commitment to the target becomes critically important. Again, on the performance appraisal side, that's one of the places where we see real problems. When people don't understand what the targets are, they don't know where to aim. If you at least know where the target is, you can move to the right or you can move to the left, and you can start sighting in where it is that performance needs to be. And so I'm not sure I have a great answer, but at least that's a reflective thought.
Good day, everyone. Aliya Sheikhmetova, GSPP, PhD candidate. Actually, I have a question to our Korean guest. Is about the insurance you had for your civil workers. I just have a question. When this insurance was imposed, do you have any differences before imposing and after? Because I think it's a great gesture to make civil workers be willing to accept more, not authority, but responsibility for their cases. And personally, I liked a lot the saying by your former prime minister, because it's better to actually break the plate rather than make it dusty. So I just want to know this practical implication. Was it helpful, or do you have any measurement, or have you measured it? And what actually made you to come to this decision overall? I mean, not you, but overall as a government. Wait.
네, 답변 드리겠습니다.
Wait, please. Okay.
네, 답변 드리겠습니다. 제가 사실 공무원 책임보험에 대해서 자세하게 설명을 드리지 않고, 이게 소송을 당했을 때 7만 달러까지 이제 보상을 해줄 수 있다라고 정도만 이제 말씀을 드리고 넘어갔었는데, 이제 정확하게 지적을 해주셔가지고 거기에 대해서 좀 부연 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 제가 세 번째 저희 한국 사례로 말씀드렸던 것이 바로
Sorry, I think. Excuse me. The translator from Korean is not working.
What's channel are we on?
Yeah, English should be on 2. Huh? No.
아마 채널 1번이라고 하시는 것 같습니다. 네, 그럼 다시 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 저희 세 번째 사례로 설명드렸던 적극 행정이 나오게 된 배경에 대해서 조금 소개해 드리겠습니다. 한국 같은 경우에는 굉장히 예전에 60년대, 1960년대, 70년대에는 사실 그 행정부가 굉장히 파워가 강했습니다. 그래서 공무원들이 정책 결정이라든지 이런 데 있어서 적극적으로 이제 일을 했었는데, 우리 한국 같은 경우에도 이제 민주주의 체제가 이제 자리를 잡고, 그리고 여러 가지 아래에서 위로 하는 그런 데 대한 이제 관심이 많아지게 되면서 정치인들의 그런 영향력이 굉장히 이제 높아지게 되었습니다. 그래서 정권이 바뀔 때마다, 최근에 나타나는 그런 현상들이 정권이 바뀔 때마다 이전 정권에서 했던 그런 정책들에 대해서 굉장히 이제 강하게 처벌을 하는 그런 것들이 반복되다 보니까 공무원들이 움직이지 않는 그런 문제들이 한 10년 전부터 조금 발생을 하기 시작한 겁니다. 그래서 또 정권이 바뀌면 또 내가 처벌을 받을 수 있겠다, 이렇게 생각을 해서 막 잘 움직이지 않고 이렇게 되다 보니까 세계는 굉장히 빠르게 변화하는데 이렇게 한국의 공무원들이 움직이지 않으면 정부가 성공을 할 수 없습니다. 그래서 이러한 문제의식에서 나온 것이 바로 적극 행정입니다. 굉장히 하나의 문화 한국 정부의 문화 현상이라고 저는 생각을 하고요. 그래서 다양한 그런 정책들을 저희가 하고 있는데 인센티브도 제공하고 또 말씀드렸던 공무원 보험처럼 공무원들이 좀 실수를 하더라도 거기에 대해서 부담을 느끼지 않고 뭐 소송을 당하더라도 부담을 느끼지 않도록 보호해주는 그런 장치들을 많이 저희가 만들어서 고민을 하고 있습니다. 반면에 이제 소극적으로 기존에 이제 했던 것들을 그대로 답습하는 이런 식으로 일하는 사람에 대해서는 강력하게 처벌하고 대신에 적극적으로 일하다가 조금 실수를 해서 이렇게 한 사람에 대해서는 용서하고 그 다음에 소송을 당하더라도 그 소송 비용을 정부에서 지원을 해주고 이런 식으로 해서 다양한 보호 그런 정책들을 이렇게 마련을 해서 운영을 하고 있습니다.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And I have a connected question now to...
So we have time just for one more question. Thank you.
But a question to Mr. Ahmedov.
Yeah.
Я, наверное, на русский перейду тогда. Хотела... Вот очень интересный кейс по страхованию, получается, ответственности принятия решений госслужащих. Как вы думаете, в Казахстане это поможет немножко расшевелить наших госслужащих на именно ответственность к принятию решений? Именно возможность вот такая вот как бы страхование. Ну, потому что я знаю, я просто сама с корпоративного сектора, в корпоративном секторе применяется такое страхование принятия решений. Как вы думаете, применение такой практики для госслужащих будет полезным или нет? И поможет ли вот это сделать тот вот этот cultural change, shift, который вы говорите, непосредственно в людях? Это вам вопрос, профессор. Ой, извините, Альтаир.
Спасибо. Ну, во-первых, мы должны еще раз отметить, что госслужащие находятся в условиях высокой неясности, которая создает чрезмерная регламентация всех процессов, чрезмерная регламентация и очень сложная регламентация. В этих условиях госслужащий не знает достоверно, насколько правильное или неправильное он решение принимает. И в этих условиях, эти условия сковывают руководящий состав госорганов, в том числе принимать какие-то смелые, проактивные, креативные решения. Этим сейчас как раз-таки мы занимаемся в рамках дебюрократизации и реинжиниринга бизнес-процессов, где будет пересмотрен практически весь массив законодательства, в котором будет, как мы ожидаем, наведен порядок с функциями госорганов, с механизмами принятия решений. Нужно дать так называемую свободу принятия решений и максимальную ясность о том, как должны приниматься решения, какие результаты должны. Это большая системная работа, но, естественно, она должна дать плоды. И сегодня, к сожалению, я еще раз повторяю, госслужащие скованы по рукам и ногам и безинициативны именно из-за высокой неясности. Эту неясность надо снижать. Надо повышать четкость, ясность и понимание. Спасибо.
Okay, so in the run-up to coffee, I'm going to allow another couple of questions. So we're timing our questions to meet the coffee break. So 2 more questions. Okay, Donald. Yes, please. Yeah, please.
Сұрақтарды гендерлік теңдік сақтап, ханымдарға бермекшімін сұрақтарды, сұрақсыз кетпесін. Ал Ботагөз ханым, сіздерді үлкен әлеуметтану жұмыстары басталғалы тұр, сұраулар, басқалар. Мені бір күлт еткен нәрсе, сіздердің топтарыңыз Стэнфорд университетіне Фукуяма мырзаның бастауымен біраз соның нұсқауымен біраз жұмыстар жүретінге ұқсайды. Бірақ менің мынандай бір қауіптенім бар. Фукуяма мырзаның тарихтың соңы, конец истории деген бір ессіздеу бір қорытындыға келген еді, қорытындыға. Сондай қорытындыны өзі мойындап, дұрыс емес екенін өзі мойындап, кейінгі кезде айтып жүр. Осы әлеуметтану жұмыстарын жүргізген кезде, сұраулар жүргізген кезде, сондай қате бір қорытындыға келіп қалмас үшін сіздер алдын ала қандай шараларды және біздің қазақ елінің ерекшеліктерін, сол қоғамдағы ерекшеліктерге қалай қарайсыздар, және сол жұмыс жүргізген кезде ерекшеліктерге қандай сүйенесіздер? Жоқ, сол берілген инструкциялар бойынша қандай істейсіздер ма? Хусейнова ханымға да сұрағын беріп жүрсем бола ма? Сабина ханым, у меня вопрос такого плана. Вот человекоцентричность проявлена Азербайджаном напрямую, и вот на фоне потрясающих успехов Азербайджана и в военной сфере, и в реализации, значит, экспортного потенциала, это наяву видно. Вот, мне бы хотелось вот также услышать, что у вас сделано именно в этих сферах, потому что наши страны очень похожи. И я думаю, вы тоже заметили, что у нас, переходя на, так скажем, человекоцентричность, уже сразу же видно какая-то торопливость, что ли, формализация этого процесса, что вот, не видно детализации. Вот, что бы вы предложили, кроме того, что вот, ну, направление вроде хорошее, должны мы достичь этого. Вот. На примере успехов Азербайджана именно в тех сферах, которых я упомянул. Спасибо.
Рахмет ағай, сіздің өзіңіз көзқарасыңыз бар, пікіріңіз бар. Біз білеміз, профессор Фукуяма бастаған осы жоба бірнеше мемлекетте жүргізіп жатыр. Өзіңіз көрдіңіз, Бразилия, Америка, Қытай, осы біздің мемлекетте басталды. Әрбір мемлекетте өзінің өздерінің эксперттері жұмыс істейді. Бізде Қазақстанда өзіңіз көрдіңіз, бірнеше кісі бар. Сондықтан біздің әлеуметтанушылар осы методика, халықаралық методиканы, қазақстандық методиканы жасап, сондықтан біз сондай сұрақтардан енді кетеміз. Енді өзіміз білеміз ғой, өзіміз Қазақстанда не болып жатқанымыз, Қазақстанда қалай жауап беру керек, қандай методиканы қолдану керек, өзіміз соны сол халықаралық жобаға кіргізіп, өзіміз жасап жатырмыз. Ал профессор Фукуяманың пікірін, көзқарасын талдау үшін үлкен дүние, үлкен уақыт керек. Рахмет.
Благодарю за ваш вопрос. Значит, я тоже тогда отвечу на русском. Значит, у нас в 2019 году была принята стратегия по развитию государственной службы на 5 лет до 2025 года. И в этой стратегии выделяются несколько основных направлений. Наравне с развитием электронной государственной службы, совершенствование законодательства, имеется еще одно направление, которое связано с созданием и внедрением на госслужбе модели компетенций. И вот сейчас, уже начиная как раз с 2020 года, мы совместно с некоторыми партнерами, международными партнерами начали дела по направлению создания модели компетенций. И вот то, что вы говорите, именно направленное на человека, вот именно эта модель компетенций. Сейчас у нас прием идет на основе 2 этапов: теста и собеседования. И уже в дальнейшем продвижении оно тоже на основе собеседования. Но эта модель компетенции, она планируется, что будет направлено на то, чтобы контент вот этого оценивания, продвижения в дальнейшее, вот оценивания деятельности, performance appraisal, оно будет делаться на основе оценки именно soft skills, то есть тех компетенций, которые имеются у людей, у будущих госслужащих. И на базе всех имеющихся проектов, согласно стратегии, мы планируем именно оценивание и дальнейшее внедрение моделей компетенций проводить по всем направлениям. То есть не только принимаем госслужащих, оцениваем данные, но и в дальнейшем для того, чтобы они вот, скажем так, для того, чтобы прийти к более эффективной государственной службе, смотреть, какие нужды имеются, какие тренинги, как развивать необходимо людей. Все будет это делаться на основе модели компетенций. Благодарю.
Okay, so I'm reliably informed coffee is ready, but we can have one brief question from Don, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, both the guys, for that fascinating presentation. But I just wanted to point to your last chart where the perception scores of Kazakhstan seem rather high, much higher than US and Brazil and on all categories, and higher than Chinese civil servant self-perceptions on, I think, 4 of the 6 categories. To what extent do you think this reflects, well, first, do you have a preliminary explanation why these scores are so high? And second, does it reflect that the fact that different societies may have very different readings of scores? 3 might be considered very high in say, a American context, but it might be considered low in a Kazakh context. In other words, your respondents across cultures are interpreting the scales quite differently.
Да, конечно, надо смотреть результаты в контексте той страны, в которой проводилось исследование. В этом большая сложность сопоставимых международных исследований, сравнении, да, потому что разные контексты, разные культурные особенности. И вот результаты данного, это предварительный, да, это не конечный результат, это результаты исследования, которое было проведено до февраля, по-моему, 2022 года, и мы теперь отслеживаем по-другому, как бы немножко изменились, да, результаты, и немножко меняется методология. И, конечно, вот все в сравнении, да, как говорится. И поэтому здесь нужно вот всегда учитывать контекст той страны, в которой проводился опрос, и время проведения опроса. Очень важно, потому что время полевых исследований очень сильно влияет на результаты исследования. Общественное мнение очень изменчиво, и его очень сложно как бы получить его как бы своевременно. Да? Это исследование длится уже 6-7 месяцев, и поэтому это такое длинное общественное мнение, скажем так. А есть фокусированные, да, есть однодневные исследования или 3-дневные, поэтому всегда нужно учитывать эту методологию и методику проведения опросов. Спасибо.
Okay, so thank you very much indeed. As we're driven by coffee breaks, unfortunately, I have to draw this to a conclusion. But let me thank our speakers, Altair, Anson Juan, Sabina, Rex, and Budagos. So thank you very much indeed. And coffee is served in the foyer. So she didn't go quietly.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Русский перевод у вас включен звук.
Welcome back. May I?
Yes.
Sorry. Welcome back for the second panel. It's a pleasure to have you back. Usually, as you know, in the history of our conference, the panel by the Astana Civil Service Hub is one of the most successful that we have. This year, we are very fortunate that we use the brain power of GSPP to put together another phenomenally interesting panel on political instability in Central Asia. We have 3 speakers here in person, and the fourth one is joining us from Paris. So we have Professor Burkanov, Professor Sharipova, Professor Razgaliev, and Dr. Arinov, and they will be speaking in the same order. We stick to the same strict rules that Colin set up in the previous panel. So you have 10, 12 minutes to give your presentation, and after that we'll have a Q&A. So hopefully we're going to have a very rich and interesting discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ricardo, and great pleasure to take part in the conference with the panel on the recent events in Kazakhstan. So first of all, I would like to say that this panel is a result of a rather quick and almost spontaneous brainstorming that we had with my fellow panelists and colleagues a few months ago. We're thinking about, there's so much interesting going on in this country in the last 3 years, and especially since January. So we thought it would be a good idea to put this panel to, well, not necessarily share the results of research, but rather as an invitation for discussion and reflection on key developments that are going on here. And we decided to structure this panel by looking at different aspects of, recent events, looking at foreign policy implications, institutions, social media discourse, and I was thinking about concentrate on sort of more related to my own area of research, which is identity, how identity narrative changes, which has changed in terms of priorities, in terms of focus in the last year or so. So without further ado, I will just again say that this is not a final sort of result of a final research project, but rather, again, invitation for reflection, invitation for discussion. And I hope as we go along, new ideas will be brought in. So here, oops. Okay, so here I would like to just briefly, I'll make a short outline of what we are witnessing in terms of political institutions and change in the last 3 years. So 2019, from March to June, period of power transition in Kazakhstan. And as I think we look at the post-Soviet space in general and beyond, we see not exactly the same, but similar enough examples of transition. We can think of course, Yeltsin Yeltsin Putin transition in Russia. We can also think about Atambayev Jeenbekov transition in Kyrgyzstan. Again, not exactly the same, but some similarities. Also in Kocheryan Sargsyan political transit in Armenia in 2008. Also some similarities, but also some differences, of course, could also be found in the transition when Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew stepped down in Singapore, and some other examples also beyond the Soviet space. So in this sense, it's not uncommon example, I think, in practice in general. But of course, as any transition in power, it raises questions about future of the country, future trajectory, stability, continuity, changes in political culture and values in the society. And again, if you look at also many transitions that happened around the world, a common thing that we can certainly notice is this commitment to, at least rhetorically, commitment to continuity. But at the same time, in most cases, we also see some rather substantial changes when this transit happens. And here in this short presentation, I would primarily concentrate on issues with regards to identity, language, history, discourse, and those may be somewhat less visible, yet I would also argue very, very important for just better understanding what or how exactly a country sees itself, and what is the dominant identity and narrative. So in terms of changes, many of the changes were outlined already in September 2019 in the State of the Country address by President Tokayev. Some of the key elements included here, this focus on political competition, strengthening of the multi-party system, which I will discuss in a moment, relaxed rules for peaceful political rallies, also creation of the National Council of Public Trust. Big motto that was promoted was different opinions, but a unified nation. And of course, we can also think about listening state, this whole narrative about state being responsive to citizens' concerns via technological means, so state being listening to its citizens. Presidential Youth Reserve, and I think as a school, we can also be proud that some of our alumni from MPA program have been actually going through this Presidential Youth Program Reserve recruitment scheme, and some of them have been actually appointed to prominent government positions. And of course, last but certainly not least, changes in the identity narratives related to questions of history, questions of implications for foreign policy, and so on. Very briefly, I won't go into details because I think some colleagues will cover this more, but I'll just briefly mention the key changes in terms of institutions. So for the political party legislation, we see a reduction in the requirements for membership, so 20,000 instead of 40,000, also a 30% quota for women and youth in the party lists, not in the final MP roster, but in the party lists. President quits Nuratan or Amanat party chairmanship, and perhaps we have seen in the media talks about new parties, new political parties to appear. I think last one was by Olzha Suleimanov about restoring People's Congress Party, which existed. Some of you may remember this, some may not. Already I think in the early 90s, there was a party called Народный Конгресс Казахстана, People's Congress of Kazakhstan back then. So we'll see. Also, relaxed rules for peaceful political rallies. It's notification based, 5 days instead of 15, although some observers still mention that reality is that it's still permission based, not necessarily notification based, even though the requirement has been streamlined. That said, I think also if you look at the number of peaceful rallies that have been happening in the country, the number went up by quite a bit. So I think in general, despite the shortcomings, it's a pretty sizable symbol of change. And of course, listening state, this whole question about listening to people's concerns via technological means, virtual reception on president's website, and also a special unit within the presidential executive office, specifically designed to work with petitions for or concerns coming from citizens. just 2 days ago, last Sunday, referendum on constitutional amendments was held in this country. And again, I'll just briefly outline some of the changes, but most of you are probably familiar with those. In general, the key message is to move away from the super presidential, as it was described, system to presidential system. Constitutional court to be restored, death penalty to be abolished. Important change for the electoral system is that single-member districts, constituencies will be restored. They were existing in this country for a while, and then since 2007, it's only proportional list sort of electoral system that is going to change, and also APK, Assembly of People of Kazakhstan, quota that existed in the Majlis was moved to the Senate. And also, of course, very important, some of the special provisions that were granted to the first presidents have been removed from the constitution. I will briefly mention, perhaps I would just mention briefly to put as context, but I think what I would like to maybe focus more on is the whole question about identity and interethnic relations. So I will say that this very question of interethnic harmony and coexistence of many ethnic groups in this country has been a major focus, a major source of pride for the government discourse for many years. And in February 2020, this was, of course, challenged again by the interethnic clashes that happened in the south of the country, in Masanchi and Korday district, between Kazakhs and Dungans over what seems to be a regular sort of traffic dispute. But of course, there are, it seems like there were other reasons as well. The government reaction was, slow at the beginning. And the initial framing was essentially to portray this as some more of a sort of conflict based on just hooliganism, that kind of violence. It's not atypical for government reactions to some other ethnic conflicts that happened in this country earlier in places like Malovodne or Shirek. Quite often, the narrative was to frame those conflicts as conflict that happened between young men who had too much alcohol. So it was more of that sort of thing. And here, of course, later on, statements were made by public officials about sort of, well, we need to learn a lesson from the situation. Social media discourse, however, was taking it slightly differently. And there's a lot of narratives coming from social media, essentially saying that Dungans or some other communities may not necessarily show the respect to the symbols of Kazakhstan, to language. And there are talks about that, for example, ethnic Dungans do not serve in the military, which is not necessarily true. There's also, there was a narrative about that they don't celebrate Nowruz, for example, which is important, has important cultural significance. So this kind of narratives were there even before, but I think in this case, for the first time, we see this massive discussion about this in the social media from a very, rather nationalist discourse, saying that, some of the ethnic communities in this country are not fully integrated as maybe they are expected to be, but at least by some societal forces. So this was a major, I think, a stress test, so to speak, for the interethnic relations in this country. History, and this is where it gets very interesting, because for, of course, Kazakhstan has a special day of remembrance. May 31st is the celebration, not celebration, but Remembrance Day for the victims of the totalitarian system of Stalin's purges and repressions. That said, though, Kazakhstan has always been rather reluctant to push this narrative further, because that would also create some maybe tensions with Russia, which lately in the last couple of decades embraced this very defensive approach when it comes to the Soviet legacy, Soviet heritage. And I think in general, Kazakhstan's narrative about this was fairly moderate. Of course, yes, Day of Remembrance, of course, Algier and Karlag museums exist, where that's where camps were. But in general, the narrative itself was rather limited. What we are seeing here now is there's more societal societal demand for this issue to be explored. We have seen several documentaries have been produced in the last years about the famine, the starvation that happened here. And this is, I think, in general, societal narrative has changed. Societal narrative is looking for the closer look or reinvestigation of Asharshog. That's the term that is being used for famines of 1920s and 30s. So in this sense, the government narrative also changed. So in that sense, we see a major sort of reassessment. Before the issue was there, but it wasn't really pushed. And now what we are seeing is a big state-sponsored focus on reevaluation of the past of some of the darker pages of history of Kazakhstan. And I think here the specific policy move was to create a special state commission for complete rehabilitation of victims of political repressions, and that includes government officials, Senate and Majlis members, historians, academics, and so on. And this commission has been granted the right to work with archival documents. Most of those archival documents, well, a lot of them are available. Many of them are still being either classified or not accessible. And this, I think, was made deliberately. So in this case, there was a deliberate move to open up some of those archives and make those documents. That, of course, would be very sensitive for many, because we still have people, descendants of people who have been purged, who have been repressed, but also it raises a lot of questions about this whole, deeper question about people who were, maybe reporting other people during the 1930s. And of course, this is a very, very sensitive issue. This was a major focus in some of the Eastern European countries after a collapse of the communist regimes there in Czech Republic, in Eastern Germany, and some other places. A lot of those archives were opened, and of course that was a major stress for the society to discover that their friends or relatives have been reporting them to the secret police, to the KGB, and so on. So this remains a very sensitive issue in general. And here, for a while in Kazakhstan's domestic narrative, the idea was that, well, of course we remember the victims, but let's not dig up there deeper. Whereas now what we are seeing, what seems to me that there's a big change, of course, from the government, but also society. Society wants to see more answers for the questions that have not fundamentally been answered. And I think this growing number of publications, growing number of documentaries demonstrates that indeed, people want answers. And I think in that sense, we see a major rupture with the previous approach. Also, I think it's worth mentioning in the January 2021 in Yegemen Kazakhstan, the flagship newspaper in Kazakh, there was an article that was published by President Tokayev about independence being the most precious. And of course, in that article, there were very important remarks made as a response to some of the claims that some Russian politicians were making about Kazakhstan's territorial possessions, including the State Duma members, the Parliament of Russia members, saying something along the lines of, that northern territory of Kazakhstan is sort of a gift that was given, and questioning Kazakhstan's sort of control over those territories. And in that article, there was a very strong message about need to defend the independence and national interests. There's also a question of, or calls rather, to expand usage of Kazakh language and to systematize national history, to maybe popularize it, to spread this message abroad. And I think, interestingly enough, in that article, there was a mention about working together with HBO and Netflix about popularizing history of Kazakhstan to maybe international audiences. And also another important thing I think worth mentioning is this call for a broader discussion of the famine of 1921-22. So not the 30s, but 20s. And that was also a very, very deadly, disastrous famine that also claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. And I put here a short quote from the article. And the article says, well, our population would be, many times larger than it is today without that starvation. So this is a major, again, reassessment coming from, from the very top of the political system. Again, before that, in general, the narrative was again rather moderate. Okay, yes, that happened when we remember the victims, but without much of a push. And now what we are seeing here, which coincides with general societal demand to reassess, to really look at some of those historical events that have not been assessed properly, perhaps, and to launch a broader discussion of this. And of course, that would also maybe challenge the Soviet legacy, whatever that is, in terms of this whole assessment of Soviet period of Kazakhstan inside the Soviet Union would, of course, raise a lot of interesting questions. So this is something that I think very important to mention. And I think in general, what we also see in sort of more foreign policy, although I think Zhenibek will talk more about this, but I will mention that I think there's also a slightly mixed narrative about Eurasian integration and Eurasian Economic Union. Of course, Kazakhstan remains a close partner with Russia. That said, I think this is something that we have not seen that explicit before. There's more focus on, well, maybe a Eurasian Economic Union also has some issues because it restricts, as it says here, the sovereign rights of government and parliament. So maybe it's also time for Kazakhstan to be a bit more realistic in sort of in expectations, and maybe it's a time to reassess some of those provisions when participation of Kazakhstan in this Eurasian Economic Union. So again, this is just a snapshot and a very brief introduction, invitation for discussion rather. But I guess my point is that in general, within this relatively short time, we already see some rather important changes in terms of domestic narratives with regards to identity and history. And this is something that yet to be seen how this unwraps. But this is, I think, also a sign of broader changes, not only from the government, but also in the society. The society wants more answers about some of the historical events that have not been discussed properly. And I think this is, again, coincides with this sort of opening up of the system with launching more broader societal discussions about issues that have not been discussed earlier. And some of them would indeed be rather sensitive. So on that note, I'll stop here. Thank you and for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Aziz, for a very interesting presentation. As the floor is Professor Sharif.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, our organizers of this conference. Also, it's my pleasure to present my research. I also would like to say, and Aziz already mentioned, that this is kind of not very scientific research. It's just kind of an invitation for the discussion, because my colleagues and I myself, we wanted to prepare this presentation for the conference that will be held in Tashkent. So my work is also in the process, and I am still collecting some data on the topic. So it is also related to the January events, and I would like to focus on the discourse of the presidential speeches, addresses, and his Twitter messages to analyze what happened. So just a brief and short history about the events. Of course, many of you know about them, that on January 2nd, the peaceful protest of workers in Zhanaozen, which is the western part of Kazakhstan, started against the rise of the on liquefied gas and turned into violent protests in many regions of Kazakhstan. Actually, this protest started in Zhanaozen, and you know that it spread over the country, and we know that they took place in 11 regions of Kazakhstan. Almaty was probably one of the most violent protests. You know that they were shooting, lots of people died. So during this period of time, President Tokayev introduced curfew in Almaty, Nur-Sultan, and then in the whole country, and called for the forces of the CSTO to come to Kazakhstan. You know that during this period of time, lots of people died. According to the data, official data, 238 people died. Also 16 or 17 law enforcement policemen died. More than 1,300 people were injured. I mean, policemen were injured. Also around 1,300 businesses were damaged. More than 100 business centers and banks were robbed. So, of course, the country lost lots of money, lots of businesses were damaged. So in this study, I would like to focus on the, as I said, speeches and addresses of the president, and to explore the discursive production of identities and understandings in the response to crisis in January in Kazakhstan. I would like to also to analyze how different actors of the January events are defined, identified, and constructed in speeches and addresses of the President Tokayev. Basically, who were those actors involved in the protest and violence? Who we are in the January events? Who are they who attacked us? And who are those who jeopardized our territorial integrity and sovereignty? This is also an important question to ask why those events happened. And I'm going to look at the presidential discourse to see how he explains those events versus activists or a political analyst, and actually what happened. Examine the gap and differences between presidential rhetoric and people's views on the ground. So in my analysis, I would like to use discourse analysis, particularly critical discourse analysis, because it performs several important functions. It not only explains the reality, but also explains why and how meanings are created. It looks also at and explains why some discourses become dominant over the others, and why some meanings, some discourses become marginalized, because it asks who uses language, how, why, and when. So discourse analysis emphasizes the way the versions of the world is created. Society, events, and inner psychological worlds are produced in discourse. So in other words, it's not only about the descriptions of the events, how they happened, but also about the meanings, interpretations that are created and constructed in the discourses. So it is important because through this, speeches, addresses, elites and other actors can exert power and control. We can say that discourse is about power relations. So also discourse helps us to examine how the elites frame causes and actors of the conflict, which is critical in order to understand implications for political development of the country and policies. So we're looking not only at the text, speeches and addresses, but also in the social context, because we see that discourse is very much interlinked and interrelated to the social context. So in this paper, I would like to focus on the official rhetoric of the presidential speeches and addresses, also his interviews that he gave in January and then actually in February and March. And also look at how these events are interpreted by the political activists, opposition leaders, and political analysts. Since I'm just at the stage of gathering information, so I mostly focus on the speeches of the president because I just started collecting data on the different discourse. So, of course, it's important to understand who are the actors and how actors are defined and constructed in the speeches. So here you see some experts' citations from the speech of the president delivered on January 5th. And you see that the rhetoric of this messages is kind of not very strong, I would say a little bit neutral, and the audience that he addresses is mostly peaceful protests, the population of Kazakhstan. It's also important to note that using Twitter, the president used different languages, both English, Kazakh, and Russian. And of course, he emphasized that he wanted to send his message to the wider audiences, including domestic and international. So he said, I ask again to be reasonable and not to be subject to provocations from inside and outside, euphoria of protest and permissiveness. The calls for attacking state, military and civil premises are illegal. This is a crime for which the punishment will come. I turn to the young people, don't damage your lives, don't spoil the life of your beloved. All your legal requests and demands will be considered and decisions will be made. So the audience still, he believes that, of course, in this protest, many young people will participated, and he tried to turn to them. Then his rhetoric changed radically on the 5th of January, particularly towards the end of the day, because you remember that at the period of time, there was the storming of the airport, some state buildings also were attacked. And on the same day, Tokayev became the head of the Security Council and also invited the forces of the Collective Security Treaty Organization to overcome a terrorist threat. So now we see that his rhetoric changed radically, and he uses such words as terrorists, bandits, and he talked about the emergence of the 20,000 terrorists who attacked Almaty. So who are those people? In his speeches, President divided people into two categories, bad and good. So good protesters are peaceful protesters, ordinary citizens, true patriots. And he states it absolutely clear that true patriots devoted to their country cannot make this. I mean, cannot loot, cannot rob, cannot kill. But there are also bad people, bad protesters, so, terrorists, militants, bandits, killers, murderers, criminals, looters, religious radicals, and hooligans. So all these words are applied to these, bad people. When he claims that 20,000 bandits emerged from sleeper cells to attack Almaty, and clearly defined strategy that there was also some kind of center that guided all these bandits. At one time, religious radicals, criminals, bandits, looters, and hooligans emerged. So we see bad and good citizens. Also terrorists. It's not only one group of terrorists, but we see external and internal terrorists. Right? So he talks about the issues that we had to deal with armed and trained bandits, both local and foreign. I can assure about the direct participation of terrorists, including external fighters, in the aggression against Kazakhstan. It's not accidental that the bandits attacked morgues at night and took the bodies of their co-fighters. They also took the bodies of fighters from the battlefield. This is practice of international terrorists. The next quote, bandits who participated in the military actions were under the drugs. They didn't have any pain when the law enforcement bodies used their weapon and began to shoot. So basically, again, he tried to show that there are different types of people. And of course, he tried somehow show the unity. So us versus them. So there are good people, good citizens, and I'm with you. I am your president, and I'm united with the good people, right? So, for instance, he often used this inclusive pronouns such as we and us in all his speeches. For instance, his address in March, he used the inclusive pronoun we 54 times, right, showing this unity. While the exclusive pronoun I was used twice less times, 24 times. So we see that this, he also often used the word citizens, again, showing that he is united with good citizens in Kazakhstan. Yes, absolutely clear that true patriots cannot make this. Also, other types of actors that he talks about in his speeches and messages are law enforcement policemen. Also, he divides them into good ones and the bad ones. So the bad ones, those who were not able to defend their departments of police, who left the documents, who left people who did not defend the city. And he said, not all were faithful to their duty. In some cities, the head of the committees of national security, despite the armed arsenal, left their buildings and left arms and secret documentation. Among the traitors, there are leaders of military and special services who have prevented the security forces from taking lawful actions, misinformed the leadership about the situation in the cities, took control of the government and other communication channels. However, he also shows that there were great and good law enforcement policemen who defended the city, who defended the police departments, who had the courage to fight against the fighters, the militants, and warding off the terrorist aggression. For instance, in Almaty, a small group of policemen 2 days were fighting bandits who were trying to take the building of the police department. In critical situation, the military personnel of the Ministry of Defense and State Security Service also showed their courage. So he just wanted to show again, there are bad people, that we are not united with them and we are going to punish them. Finally, there is also another set of actors, the so-called professionals and bloggers. So the president said that there was another people of specialists or professionals who were trained to make ideological sabotage. So there was like a center from which all these terrorists were guided. And these people planned these actions beforehand. They used disinformation or fakes capable to manipulate people's sentiments. And interestingly, he also talked about the role of mass media that basically undermined the order and stability in the country, right? So he says the investigating, in fact, the investigating role in violation, instigating role in violation of the order is played by the so-called free mass media and foreign activists who are far from the interest of our multinational nation. It's possible to say without exaggeration that all these irresponsible demagogues became accomplices for unleashing of this tragedy in Kazakhstan, and we will react firmly to all acts of legal vandalism. And you know that maybe the implications of this rhetoric was also the law on social media. You remember that it also created lots of discontent in society. You know, this the law against bullying of children in social media, basically, which was against which put certain restrictions on the usage of social media. What would be the alternative discourse to the official rhetoric? Bakhajan Prigozhin, who is a human rights advocate and an activist, the head of the human rights NGO, stated that there were no terrorists in Kazakhstan. And she explained it by the fact that none of the terrorist organizations took responsibilities for the attacks. Because usually, you know, when there is a terrorist attack, then some kind of organizations, they take some responsibilities. The most surprising is that if it were a terrorist act, then everything would be documented. The ballistic expertise would have been done. However, nothing like that has happened. Next day, the square was clean. Another political analyst, Dimash Aljanov, claims that the president, he maybe used some inadequate analogies, different manipulations to divert the public discussion from important issues related to the actions of the authorities. And the authorities did nothing to make a dialogue with society and prevent the escalation in the beginning of the January. Serik Bisimbayev, who is the head of the Paper Lab, a research think tank, said that there were no terrorists, neither foreign nor domestic, and it was not an intra-elite conflict, because there is a very widespread view that those events were basically based on the intra-elite conflict in Kazakhstan, but many people disagree with this. So who and what was attacked? According to our president, this was a terrorist war against our state. So he uses very strong terms, terrorist war. It was about undermining of the constitutional order. It was the destruction of government institutions, seizure of power. It was a coup d'etat. It was the threat to the integrity of the state, citizen security, and future of the country that was threatened. it was basically an assassination of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. So this rhetoric, of course, very strong, and it appeals to the people's sense of unity, solidarity, and citizenship. He talks about planned action. So this is a very strong language that was used. A few words I would like also to say about the peacekeeping forces that President Tokayev asked to come. You know that it was also not very popular decision, and even there were some protests against these forces to come to the territory of Kazakhstan. And for some people, it might be quite surprising that why President asked for forces. Of course, he also tried to justify his actions and showed that this was done in order to, again, preserve sovereignty, provide stability and security of our state, that the invitation of these forces was according to the certain legal acts and laws that exist in Kazakhstan. And in fact, it's true, because the usage of these forces can be traced back to the events in the Middle East, to the Arab Spring, because after the Arab Spring in Central Asian countries, and particularly the countries of this Collective Security Treaty Organization, adopted a law that allowed to use these forces in case of instability, some kind of unrest, uprisings. And there was a special even law that was adopted in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, of course, this provided some legal basis for other, heads of the countries to call for the help of these peaceful forces. So we also see certain kind of justifications, and also the president used metaphors. The use of metaphors is also very interesting tool that is used by political leaders, and metaphors or sayings are quite widely used by different political leaders, politicians, in order to strengthen their argument. And interestingly, when the president, for instance, provided his speech in Russian, he also incorporated some Kazakh proverbs and sayings and metaphors in order to strengthen his argument and show that I'm together with people. We can, we all have common history, and I support you. So I just want to give you a couple of them. So for instance, he uses this proverb, Kazakh saying that there is no worse enemy than a traitor. Which is like an old Kazakh saying, old Kazakh proverb. And he says that among those who wanted to make this coup d'etat, there were famous people who occupy high-rank positions, and they are state traitors. So we have to give some valuable evaluation of those events. Another proverb, for instance, he says that we have to be, patience is gold. So we have to be patient. Again, providing speech in Russian, he gives some proverbs in Kazakh. And another one, also important proverb that he is using is that without order, there is no country. So these proverbs strengthen his argument that we have to be together, we have to create one country, and we have to be together. So what are the policy implications? I would like to talk about some probably good and not so good policy implications of this rhetoric. Is that since discourse is powerful and influences context, after these speeches, of course, certain changes have been made, and my colleague Aziz Burhanov already mentioned about them. So we observe the change of the constitutions, and recently we held a referendum. Then also, changes in terms of electoral system, changes in terms of party registrations. We see that also President wants to conduct reforms in the army and security forces. So there are lots of positive changes. that have been done, and we hope that it will continue. However, we also can see some negative things, such as that this rhetoric of terrorist war, coup d'etat, threat to sovereignty, integrity, of course, were important to legitimize the unpopular actions, such as shooting and, for instance, the invitation of the peacekeeping forces of the Collective Security Treaty Organization. So basically, this also was about the survival of the regime behind this state rhetoric. And we know that international community, and I think that Janibek will be talking about, tried to insist on international investigation. But you know that we have domestic investigation going on about the events in January. However, there is no international investigation yet. And we can observe some kind of interpretation, a gap in differences in interpretations of the January events by the elite on the one hand and activists. And just yesterday, you know that we also had the message from the president, and it was mentioned that about this, 20,000 of terrorists who appeared. Basically, this number came from the old leadership of the national security forces. Okay, thank you so much. And if you have questions, we can discuss later.
Thank you, Dina, for a very, very interesting presentation. There's a slight change in program. We're going to have Professor Razgaliev for 15 minutes sharp, because on this panel, we're going to have finally Larry Diamond. So he's going to join the Burkanov, Sharipova, Razgaliev, Janibek, Arinov panel. So hold on to this. So the floor is yours. You need to be done by 1 o'clock sharp. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Politzer. Hello, everybody, and I'm happy to be presenting here. And as it happens, my talk is just before our distinguished keynote speaker, Larry Diamond. So you can accept this as a warm-up for our keynote speech, because my talk is about social fragmentation, democracy, and then digital media in Kazakhstan. This is a start of a project for which we have funding from the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This is quite an ambitious project, but we believe it's timely and much needed. And I'm not going to be, maybe I will disappoint some of you, but I'll not be speaking directly about the January events 2022. One reason is that I submitted this project proposal 10 days before the January event happened on December 25th. And as it happens in the proposal, I said that there will be an increasing probability of conflict in this country if the government will not take systematic measures to mitigate negative consequences of social fragmentation. So this is why I believe it's a timely project. And I think first I'll talk about what this project is not about, and then what is this about. So what is not about is that, again, I think I'll disappoint some of you if you think that this project is about the Twitter revolution and the social media revolution, bringing down the regimes and establishing democracy. After all, the person who invented the term Twitter revolution, Morozov researcher, he said that later he said that he regrets that he invented this term, because there is no direct correlation between that and the evidence that Twitter and Facebook itself, they cause revolutions. Of course, the reasons and the underlying determinants of social uprising is much deeper than people's, of course, social media is a tool where people can connect and mobilize, but of course the reasons are much deeper. These are the social reasons, socioeconomic reasons, and social fragmentation, I believe, is one of them. And so today we'll be looking at the deeper structural forces within the society, not the revolution itself or the uprisings and the protest itself, but the deeper structural forces that could lead in the end to the increasing violence, people's conflict between both ethnicities or other social groups. And of course, the government should be there to deal with these issues. So I said, what is this project is not about? I said, what it is about. So it is, and again, this is an invitation for reflection and discussion. So why fragmentation? There is an increasing batch of research worldwide. So here is just two pieces from the world-known centers. One is a Center for Policy Institute from King's College London, where I happened to study in the past. Which is called Divided Britain. And this is, of course, September 2019, but they started their work after Brexit events in 2016, where everybody was talking about divided Britain and Britain is ever divided. And you could see the subtitle here, Polarization and Fragmentation Trends in the United Kingdom. The second piece here is again from quite an authoritative center, Pew Research Center. They do very influential research on social studies, social policies. Here, it's their piece on political polarization in the American public. You could see that the findings is that, of course, the gap between the Democrats and Republicans is widening, and again, the events of 2016 Trump elections. There was another warning that there is an increasing trend for political polarization. So it's a global phenomenon, it's happening worldwide. However, the narrative here in Kazakhstan was, I think, until recently, was that we are a happy country, we live in a peace and harmony, and we live in a country where there is a multi-ethnicity and almost no social conflicts, which is to some extent is true, because we didn't have bloody civil wars. However, the trend is alarming that in the past decade, there is an increasing number of labor conflicts, increasing number of protests, and I think January events was another bell that indicated that there were deeper structural changes happening that needs to be, at least they deserve attention, and of course in the long term needs to be addressed. So this is on why fragmentation. Now the question why, so you remember the second part of my talk was social media and democracy. So why social media and democracy? And I start with the notion that there was a lot of optimism about the impact of digital media on democracy. So this is, for example, from 1999. Imagine if internet took hold in China. Imagine how freedom would spread. This is not John Lennon, but it's George W. Bush. He was quite optimistic about the impact of digital media on democratization in China. And another former US President, Clinton, said that China will never be able to control the internet. This was a year later after this. However, we all know about the Great Firewall of China, how China is banning, for example, websites such as Google or Facebook. So things have changed since then, right? And the optimism, and of course, its optimism was shared in academia as well. So here's a piece from, again, our guest speaker, keynote speaker, Larry Diamond and Plattner in 2012, where the prediction about the role of technology on democratization was quite optimistic. The book here on the left is called Liberation Technology. And then the book on the right, it's another book on the Arab Spring and the influence of digital media on the uprisings during the Arab Spring revolutions. So this is from 2013, but of course they started the project earlier in 2011. So you can see that there was a lot of optimism, and then back then at this time it was starting in the United Kingdom, and the people were asking when is the Central Asian Spring is going to happen, and we had these protests about the land reform in Kazakhstan, and there was a lot of blog posts, and the people seemed to be quite active on social media. So again, there was a lot of hope that social media will bring more reforms to Central Asian countries. However, as I said, there was a lot of optimism in the beginning, but later you could see that the discourse has changed. So, for example, a special issue from the Journal of Democracy about it's in the aftermath of the US elections in 2016, where the talk is about, can democracy survive the internet? So it's not about the fourth wave, that the optimism, you can see that it was now changed with the concerns about the survival of democracy. And this is about, of course, the United States. And if you look at the other places, so this is a more recent book by Guriev and Friesman, where they talk about spin dictators and how the modern dictators adapting to use digital technologies as a tool for repression or limiting freedom of speech, as a tool to spread propaganda, and of course the fake news sometimes is the case. So you could see that within even less than 10 years, the discourse has changed, and of course, what are the implications for policymakers? It's a big question. But the key questions that I'll be asking today is how did we get from optimism about the future of democracy to can democracy survive? So it's sort of a big picture and the state of the art of the field, but also what are the challenges that digital media present for democratic governance? And here I will try to make some relevant case studies from Kazakhstan. And of course, this is a project that we only started in April, and hopefully will have interesting findings at later stages. A little bit of theory. I'll try to be short because we don't have too much time. So previously, of course, modernization was, people tend to believe that modernization is the driving force of democracy, but I think this theory is not popular anymore. However, you could see the link between information age and the digital revolution, that the media would be informing citizens, so better informed citizens make better voting decisions. And in the end, it's based on the assumption that new media provides wider access to information, and new media facilitates free speech, because people who didn't have access to free speech or information with the new media or digital media would have now unlimited access without government control of media. So this is the assumptions that looks like more and more people are starting to challenge these assumptions, and which I will also try to do today, because I'll be talking about the challenges of the digital media for good governance and democracy in general. So the first challenge is about social fragmentation. So it's a general topic of our project. And of course, it's related to polarizing effect of digital media, and that the society is increasingly fragmented, not only here in Kazakhstan, but also it's a global phenomenon. And of course, that increases the risk of conflict. So the nature of polarization, of course, is related to people's tendency to get into groups that are like-minded. And of course, the digital media allows us to do this nowadays with all these groups on WhatsApp or Facebook. So people can filter the sources of information that they want to see. And then the tendency is that if there's already a tendency for radicalization, when people are exposed to like-minded people, they tend to be even more radicalized. And of course, it has very serious implications for rise of conflict in the society. And for example, this is one of the prominent researchers in the field, where he said that group polarization means that members of the deliberating group predictably move towards more extreme point of the direction indicated by the members' pre-deliberation tendencies. And there are examples, of course. For example, this is from Obama's speech, where he says that certain people watch Fox News and the other people, they read the New York Times. I don't have too much time, so I think I'll have to move on. But for Kazakhstan, the relevance is that we could see that there is intensifying and more number of conflicts. Kordai conflict was mentioned earlier by my colleague, but also January conflicts. And we are also interested in studying example of Zhanaozian, where it looks like, of course, the society certainly is not homogeneous in terms of, it's not the same that, for example, the population in Nur-Sultan or Almaty. So we'd like to see what is the situation with the social fragmentation in these regions. Okay, the second challenge is about post-truth era, and I think here I have a good example of the last year's vaccination campaign in Kazakhstan, where government started the vaccination campaign. However, even The Economist wrote about this, and people started to buy vaccination certificates. And the questions are, of course, is it because the people don't trust the government anymore? Is it because they don't trust the traditional sources of media, such as the newspapers and TV, or maybe they trust more people, the so-called influencers, or the people who are on social media groups and so on. The third challenge is, as I already mentioned, the influencers. And the tendency is that influencers benefit from the polarized society, because there is research on this, so I'll not be talking about this in detail. And of course, there was, as I said, there was a lot of optimism about the future of the societies, and they said that the internet is going to bring the borderless world, and it will be the end of nationalism, which turns out to be not the case. Again, we're talking about the rise of identity politics all around the world, and including here in Kazakhstan. Number 4 is digital media as a commercial tool. I don't think I'll talk too much on this, but yes, this is from Sacha Baron Cohen, who said that they would have let Hitler to buy ads. So this is about how people, even in democratic countries, those people who didn't have access to mainstream media, those radicalized to extreme right, extreme left, now the use of social media, they could get access to the sources of media. Some sources, but yeah, and finally, of course, if social media or digital media would end up in the wrong hands, and of course we have examples from the dictatorships around the world or authoritarian regimes that use adaptation strategies, use digital media as a tool for censorship, propaganda, cyber attacks, bots, and so on and so forth, and of course even repressions. I think just briefly on the challenges of digital media and the effects of January events. We are yet to study this, of course, but of course, the global trend is that we have more fragmented and polarized population, including in Kazakhstan, and we have the rise of influencers that really benefit on the agenda on populism, identity politics, and nationalism. And we are having a challenge to find credible sources. So people don't really trust now the sources because everything is flooded with fake news or conspiracy theories. And the last two I talked already about. So conclusions. Digital media plays, of course, an important role in spreading reliable information. So I don't want to end on the note that is too pessimistic, because I still believe that there is a lot that can be done using the digital media in terms of promoting good governance and democratization. And of course, it's good for transparency and accountability. However, and this is what I wanted to highlight today, is that some of its features also increase social fragmentation, polarization within the society, and ignorance among voters. And of course, since we are in a public policy school, the policy challenge is to regulate digital media without undermining free speech, but also respect diversity, at the same time mitigating extreme polarization that can lead to violence, radicalization, extremism, and so on. So I'll end on this note, and thank you very much for your attention.
It's a pleasure to introduce probably the most important speaker of the day. Dr. Larry Diamond is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institute in Stanford University, and more importantly, is one of the world leading experts on political transition, democratic quality, democratic transition, reverse transition, and so forth and so on. And he kindly agreed to talk to us, and it's wonderful that he has the opportunity to present in this panel because his research interest, his talk is very much aligned with what our colleagues here have just presented. So I don't think I need to say anything else. Larry, the floor is yours. As we agreed, you could talk 20, 30 minutes, and then if you don't mind, take a few questions from the floor.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to be with you. Sorry for the confusion about timing. I am going to share my screen if I can find it. You should
yeah, it's shared.
See my slides now. Yeah. So I want to talk first about the global democratic recession, and then, if I have time, a little bit about democratic transitions. We have, after a long period of democratic expansion in the world, been in a period really for about 15 years now of democratic recession, democratic contraction, whatever you want to call it. But in order to understand this, we first have to understand what we're talking about. And I always hasten to stress that when we talk about democracy, it's not just majority rule, popular sovereignty, the minimum dimensions of electoral democracy that we're trying to understand, we're trying to track, and that people around the world care about. They care about their human rights. They care about freedom of speech and rule of law. So there are these other dimensions of freedom, minority rights, good governance, rule of law, control of corruption, and so on, that together make up the package of liberal democracy. Liberal in the political sense of a democracy that is high quality, rights affirming, and dedicated to equality and justice, and not necessarily implying any type of economic order. The key trends in recent years, really for more than a decade now, have been that global levels of freedom and democracy have been receding. That means that human rights violations have been eroding. Human rights violations have been eroding human freedom. There's been a deteriorating rule of law. It's been kind of the leading indicator of democratic failure in many countries around the world. The mechanism for this rollback of democracy has typically been the incremental destruction of democracy through illiberal populism. There's been, as the previous speaker noted, I was laughing at the Pew survey data because I used that same slide in my undergraduate lecture class. It's a very revealing slide about how the American people have been separating into incompatible partisan and ideological camps, but the political class is even more polarized, one can show, than the American public. And I do agree that social media has been a major contributor to this. And then Russia and China have been a major contributor to this through their campaigns of false information, disinformation, and malign intervention in the political dialogues and social media exchanges and other phenomenon of democracies around the world. Russia, of course, is now struggling in the wake of its grotesque violations of national sovereignty, human rights, and the laws of war in Ukraine desperately to try and portray their invasion of Ukraine as some kind of struggle against neo-colonialism. It's the most recent and dramatic example of how Vladimir Putin's regime twists reality and truth for its own authoritarian ends. And this has had some contributing effect to the general climate of siege and recession of democracy in the world. There's been some decay of democratic trust and values in the US and Europe, along with the polarization, and then things have gotten worse in the pandemic. We have a number of leaders of established democracies like Brazil, India, Hungary, which is no longer a democracy, the Philippines, Turkey, Bangladesh, who are at various points along the trajectory of rolling back constitutional democracy and trying to implant a personalistic or corrupt or populist authoritarian regime. And we've also had a number of instances where regimes that weren't democracies, but at least had some political space, for example, in in Cambodia and Uganda, that space has kind of disappeared as these have become monolithic, one party, one man authoritarian regimes. And then the existing autocracies of the world have become even more repressive, and that includes notably China and Russia, but also Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela. One could point to many countries. You see here in this slide the trends in terms of two levels of democracy in the world: the level of electoral democracy, the ability of people to choose and replace their leaders in free and fair elections, and then the subset of countries which peaked at 34% of all countries over 1 million population, the subset of countries that meet a more demanding test of liberal democracy with a decent rule of law and substantial protection for personal freedoms. The percentage of states with populations over 1 million people that could be said to be electoral democracies peaked in 2006 at about 57%. And you can see for the last decade and a half, it's been sliding back gradually. It's still almost at half of all of these states, but now a little less. Freedom House tracks the level of political rights and civil liberties in the world every year. And we can compare the ratio of countries that are gaining in freedom to the countries that are declining. And you can see that in the first 15 years after the end of the Cold War in 1990, many more countries were gaining in freedom each year than were declining, often 2.5 or 3 times as many countries gaining as declining. And then beginning in 2006, the portrait reverses, and for the last decade and a half, in each of these years, only about 50 to 70% as many countries gain in freedom each year as the number that decline. And last year, the ratio was only 40% as many countries gaining as the number declining. And another feature of this is the rate of democratic breakdown of countries that have had democratic systems of government and then lost it to a military coup, an executive coup, a rigged election, or something like that. The percentage of states that have suffered democratic breakdowns in a decade has been increasing. It fell to as low as 6% of all democracies in the 1980s, 10% in the 1990s, and in the last decade, it was a little over 15%. So how has this been happening? The typical formula for democratic rollback has been populist leaders who polarize deliberately, not just accidentally, the political system and the national narrative in order to create a set of intense and loyal followers that will support anything they do, and create an atmosphere of crisis that will enable them to monopolize power, whether it's in Venezuela or Poland or Hungary or Turkey or the Philippines or whatever. There's some ways to recognize the project, the formula of illiberal populism. Anti-democratic populist leaders and parties have the following characteristics. They're anti-elitist. They claim to be representing the true people against a corrupt elite, but of course they always turn out to be even more corrupt once they come to power. You could look at Orban or Erdogan or the now Maduro regime in Venezuela and see this. They're anti-institutionalists. They try and tear down the existing institutions because those institutions have embedded in them, in existing democracies, restraints on the exercise of power. They have independent judiciaries, rule of law, human rights protections, freedom of speech. And these are things that populists who want to monopolize power don't like. They're anti-pluralist in the sense that they don't believe there are multiple legitimate tendencies and opinions in a competitive political system. They believe there's one right and true answer and that they have it. And so they veer toward and aspire to a political hegemony in which, to quote a famous illiberal populist, the country is broken and only I can fix it. Their political project is therefore what we call plebiscitary, as in a plebiscite, a direct vote of the people. They believe in direct democracy, let the people decide, and not representative democracy. And once a ruler is chosen in the kind of national plebiscite or validation, they're perfectly happy to have that ruler, that party, the Erdogans and Bolsonaros of the electoral competitive process, then accumulate extraordinary power to run roughshod over institutions, be it the judiciary, the legislature, the media, counter-corruption institutions, and really kind of rule in a super executive fashion. These projects are, it seems, always illiberal. They are intolerant of religious, ethnic, nationality minorities. And this project of anti-pluralism, anti-elitism, anti-institutionalism almost always is fused with anti-religious, ethnic, and nationality minorities. It's very hegemonic and very contemptuous of social difference. And so it tends to be hyper-nationalist and anti-globalization as well. And this is why it's not only a dangerous formula internally in terms of rights of speech and opposition and so on, but it can represent a danger on the international stage as well. We have seen democracy disappear gradually in many of the countries I've talked about, the countries that I've named, through a process of what I call the autocrat's 12-step program. They seize power and then incrementally try to destroy restraining institutions, civil society, independent media, and the rule of law, and then monopolize power. That's what their game is about. And so this involves delegitimizing opposition parties and voices, stripping the judiciary of its independence so they can be slavish defenders of the new political order, undermining the media of independence so that it will be bought up and controlled by agents of the ruling party and the authoritarian ruler, getting control of public broadcasting, constraining internet freedom, and trying to diminish the independence of civil society, not only through restrictive laws, but by criminalizing flows of international assistance to various monitoring, human rights, good governance, and pro-democracy types of organizations. They pull the business community into this and corrupt it as well. They bend the state bureaucracy and security services to their will. And then in the end, if they take over electoral administration, there's nothing left. They just rig themselves back into power. Why has this been happening? Well, there have been a number of factors that have facilitated the concentration and abuse of power and the destruction of democracy, including weak political institutions and weak rule of law, the impact of globalization that has generated increasing economic inequality and concentration of wealth and power in super corporations and super wealthy individuals, the manipulation among a declining working class and the advanced industrial democracies of images of cultural threat that's turned into kind of anti-immigration pressures, social media, which has already been emphasized, which has been a major contributing factor to political, social, and ideological polarization. And then all of the internal troubles of the West and the power projection and disinformation and propaganda apparatus of Russia and China, not to mention now the hard power of each of these two authoritarian countries. I have been warning for some time about the particular power surge of China, which has the fastest growing military in the world, and the way that really all of these countries have been what I call supercharging authoritarianism, both through traditional means and authoritarian cooperation in organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and through more conventional means of hard power, coercion, and even military force. I think you know about Russia's information war on American democracy, but also European democracy, and many of the pluralistic political systems in the space of the former Soviet Union. But China has its lavish, well-funded, and extensive influence operations as well as probably the largest in dollar terms global propaganda apparatus in the world now. I want to say a few words about democratic transitions. I've got about 10 minutes left. There are three ways that transitions happen in the world: from above, by elites who decide that they need to exit for one reason or another. You see some examples here, but two of the most famous examples of elite-led or initiated transitions to democracy that turned out to be very successful democratic transitions were Spain in the mid-1970s and Taiwan in the late 1980s and 1990s. Then, of course, the most common method is negotiated, or what we call pacted transitions, when there's a balance of power between political opposition that's often united across various divides of a social and political nature, and that may not have enough power to dictate the terms of a transition, but has enough power to force the regime to negotiate with it. And then the balance of power produces mutual concessions and a negotiated exit of the authoritarian regime. This usually results from a combination of pressure from below and constraint on the transition process from above to protect the vested interests of the former ruling elite. We saw this with the Polish Roundtable negotiations that led to a democratic transition, negotiated transitions from military rule in several Latin American countries, including Uruguay, in Korea, and of course the exit from apartheid in South Africa. Usually the deal is that, the country returns to democracy but the existing distribution of wealth and corporate power really isn't touched. And so this can leave behind a superficially stable democracy, but with a lot of inequality and injustices. And often it requires as well agreeing, as in Chile, to some constitutional arrangements that give the old order undue power and protection, and what are called birth defects in terms of the constitutional structure of the regime that can take, as they have taken in Chile, a long time to address and correct. But to get a negotiated transition, you do need to build some kind of trust between autocrats and democrats. There needs to be an attitude of pragmatism and flexibility on each side. And at the same time, the democratic opposition has got to have the ability to mobilize society and even turn them out into the streets, because very few authoritarian regimes leave purely of their own accord. So even if it's a negotiated exit, they do have to be pressured to leave. The third type of transition, I've talked about transitions from above, transitions with a balance of power in which there are negotiations. And then there are the uprisings from below, where it's the democratic opposition that has the initiative. The most famous of these are the color revolutions, the people power revolution in the Philippines in 1986, the bulldozer revolution in Serbia in 2000, Rose Revolution, Georgia, 2003, Orange Revolution, Ukraine, 2004. And this is usually a rapid, it doesn't have to be violent, it's much better if it's peaceful, transition from authoritarian rule, in which we usually see, as in the Philippines and Ukraine, the security forces dividing and refusing to intervene to save the regime. The Orange Revolution is, of course, you know well, the iconic example of this. My colleague, Michael McFall, has tried to study these and discern what have been the common features of these rapid transitions from below. They've tended to have what we call competitive authoritarian regimes with not democratic elections, but some space for political opposition and civic and media pluralism. They've featured an unpopular incumbent who would lose in a free and fair election. And crucially, I can't emphasize this enough, a united and organized opposition. If you want a peaceful transition from authoritarianism to democracy, one of the most important lessons I can stress is the imperative of uniting the opposition. And that's often why authoritarian regimes will run other candidates in their authoritarian elections to try and divide the opposition and seed the opposition with provocateurs to try and divide the opposition. Independent election monitoring played a crucial role in these transitions to show that the regime was committing electoral fraud and didn't really win the election. There has been a great value to having some independent media that has been able to publicize the regime fraud and encourage and inspire the political opposition to protest. And in each of these cases, it ultimately came to massive levels of mobilization, including in the Philippines in 1986, in several cases, beginning with the Philippines and the People Power Revolution. There were over 1 million people in the streets of the capital city saying that the corrupt regime of the authoritarian ruler with its rigging of elections simply had to go. As the previous speaker noted, in these early years, what I called liberation technology played an important role, but I think he was quite correct to note that the momentum and initiative of digital media has really now shifted to authoritarian regimes, which have much more ability to thwart the use of this technology and turn it on its head than was the case, say, 15, 20 years ago. And then crucially, again, splits or defections in the military and the police. When the opposition unites and the regime and its supporting security apparatus divide, that's when you get democratic transitions. I want to conclude by saying, I have just a couple minutes, how important it is, not only for successful transition, but for a successful democracy after the transition, that transitions adhere to methods of nonviolent civil resistance and a firm commitment to nonviolence. When oppositions engage in violence, they tend to unite rather than divide the security apparatus. Moreover, they divide rather than unite the opposition. They may alienate more moderate elements of the opposition that are ready to turn against the regime, but not in a violent fashion. They may contribute to the polarization of latent divisions in the society and make it difficult to compromise. And, if it turns out to be extremely violent, you get a political culture of war, not of democracy, of, obedience to authority, intolerance of opposition, severe hierarchy. None of this is very conducive to democracy. So, those are some of the challenges of a democratic order in this day and age. And I'm now going to open it for questions. Have I stopped sharing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to get back to Zoom, but anyway, I can sort of see you all. There we go. Thank you. So the rest, thank you. The rest of my time is completely up to you. Anyone who has a question is welcome to ask it.
Ricardo, if you would allow me.
Okay, should I call on people, Ricardo, or do you want to? I guess we can start with Janabek.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, do you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much for this interesting topic. The last slide, I just have a very quick question about the last slide when you say that the violence makes the transition very difficult. We had two more recent, let's say, attempts to transition in post-Soviet countries. One in Ukraine, twice. The demonstrations were, if not violent, but quite aggressive. And I mean, the 2004, especially the revolution. Then we had 2020 Belarus kind of protest, right? Purely peaceful, no violence, nothing. So how would you explain why in one case Ukrainians twice, or in Kyrgyzstan, for instance, 3 times the violent revolutions were successful, transitions, I wouldn't say transitions, but revolutions, but in what went wrong in the case of Belarus? Thank you.
Okay. I would say yes, the Orange Revolution was certainly edgy and assertive, but it wasn't for the most part violent. And the reason why it succeeded, and I'd say the Revolution of Dignity as well, is precisely because it largely successfully adhered to what's called strategic nonviolence. And so instead of driving the security forces into the arms of President Kuchma or President Yanukovych later, again, it divided the security forces or induced them to remain neutral. Ukraine, I think most scholars of this subject would take as a very dramatic affirmation of my argument that when movements of opposition to authoritarian rule are able to remain nonviolent, they're more likely to be successful. Violent movements may well force a regime out of power, but their success rate in terms of maintaining democracy is not very good. And Kyrgyzstan, I do think is an example here. If you look at one uprising after another, none of them have really succeeded very well in being able to sustain a democratic form of government. Now, I would ask you, Janabek, to do this mental experiment. Let's say that when the post-election protests erupted in Belarus, what was it, a year ago or a little more, that instead of having Putin in power in Russia, you had someone like Gorbachev, who made it clear that he was not going to intervene well, he in Eastern Europe, now let's say in post-Soviet space. Let's say that the dictator was on his own. I think he would have fallen. I think the security forces would have divided as they did in Ukraine or defected, and Lukashenko would have fallen. What saved him was not just Russian troops and security forces intervening. It was the psychological knowledge that Putin was not going to let Lukashenko go under, because Belarus was, just look at the map, too close to Moscow. So I think that was the critical distance, a critical factor, distance too close to Moscow compared with Ukraine much further away. Let's go to Conrad next.
Thank you for the presentation and the response. I wanted to learn from you, and in this case is the case of transition in Egypt. The military was much accommodative to the citizens, but the outcome of it has not been a sustained democracy. How do we explain this scenario?
I think it's actually not that difficult to explain. So the revolution in Egypt in 2011 that toppled Mubarak from power did not result in a democracy. You know, it was a very, very crude and rough election. And soon after he came to power, Mohamed Morsi, who in the first round only won about 25% of the vote, and only won in the second round because he was running against a clone of the regime in Mr. Shafiq. And then Morsi and the Muslim Brotherhood, instead of recognizing that they were still a minority force and they had to assemble a broad coalition and be very inclusive, tried to monopolize political power and drive for political power because they were worried that they might be wiped out. They made a severe miscalculation and it brought on exactly the calamity that they thought they were maybe going to avoid. And so the regime, and you know, Egypt was chaotic in this period. There was weak political order, a lot of economic disarray. By June of 2013, when General al-Sisi staged this coup at the end of June or so, there was widespread disenchantment with the, you know, post-transition government, and particularly with the Muslim Brotherhood and its leadership. I don't think this was a mandate for authoritarian rule. I think that Egyptians hoped that it would bring political order and maybe some more gradual process of political change. But, you know, the problem is once democracy is wiped out and you get an autocratic force or the military back in power, then they don't necessarily restore democracy. I mean, look what happened in Nigeria after the coup in 1983. It took them 16 or so years to get back to power as civilian democratic rule. So it's just a tragedy that often, political forces misuse the moment of transition in ways that don't lead to a successful democratic transition, much less democratic consolidation. And I'm afraid now in Egypt, it's just going to be a much more gradual process. The military has really obliterated, tortured, and severely suppressed the political opposition. And it's going to require, I think, a much more incremental process of change at this point. So we go next to Iftikhar.
Thank you, Professor Diamond. Very concise and comprehensive presentation. And my question is, I would like to draw your attention to the established democracies and what Farid Zakaria and many others have called, they are becoming illiberal democracies. So we can take an example of the United States or India or France or Hungary, or for that matter, Britain. If we take the recent events of, let's say, last 2 decades, and what has been happening in these established democracies, they are losing democratic norms, if not institutions. And the way you define democracy to me appears very narrow definition. So I was looking at the 12 checklist, and I checked almost 11 or 12, thinking of the United States of America and France and India. Please, if you could throw some light on that. Thank you.
Well, I think your question is timely and well placed, but we need to be very analytical and discriminating from one country to the next to see how well the model fits each country, and not just each country, but each country at different periods of time. There's absolutely no question that with Donald Trump as president, we were headed down the path of illiberal populism. And who knows, maybe in an authoritarian direction. Trump certainly aspired to, in my opinion, most of those 11 or 12 steps. Fortunately, our institutions were strong enough, but, to withstand the challenge. But, it was a pretty serious challenge, and we'll see what happens in the future. In the case of France, well, yeah, there's some illiberal tendencies and a couple of very nasty illiberal political leaders. But even a very weak and unpopular president, Emmanuel Macron, was able to pretty decisively defeat Marine Le Pen and her National Rally, formerly National Front party. And so, the established more liberal parties have lost ground in France, but are still the dominant parties by far. In Germany, Alternative for Germany lost ground in the last election. Germany has seen a revival, I think, of liberal democracy. The same in Sweden, the same in much of continental Europe, actually. I think the story of Europe, even Britain, has been a kind of erosion of momentum for far-right anti-immigrant parties, and at least a stabilization of, if not renewed progress for liberal democracy. So without ignoring some pretty unsavory tendencies in France and some other countries, I think there's been a swing back toward more liberal norms and healthier multi-party competition and marginalization of extreme far-right forces in a lot of these European countries. And Australia has held up pretty well, and the Labour Party has come back to power recently. In Australia, New Zealand has one of the highest quality democracies. Japan's doing okay. Taiwan has a very high quality democracy. Korea's just had electoral alternation. And that leaves India. And I am just super worried about the illiberal drift in India under, what else can we call it? A religiously bigoted regime that's extremely intolerant, of every religious group that isn't Hindu, not just Muslims, but Christians and others. And increasingly, I think Modi is showing not just illiberal, but hegemonic and authoritarian tendencies. So I do think India in particular is kind of slipping down that path I highlighted. And I hope that the media and civil society can mount the strength and resilience to try to contain it. But of course, the BJP and Modi, you know, they're very clever actors, and they know that independent media and independent civil society and independent scholars, those are, you know, the enemies of the illiberal project. So that's what Modi and the BJP are trying to go to war against.
Larry, sorry, we have two quick questions, one here from the floor and the other from Francesco online. Very quick, because we need to wrap up, because we are drastically behind schedule. Thank you.
Question from the floor. Go ahead.
Насколько эффективно держать контакты с автократами и в свете последних событий не лучше ли разделить автократов на группу адекватных и группу безнадежных автократов? Вот. А свой вопрос я обосную тем, что вот президент Франции Макрон заявил, что за полгода он переговаривал с Путиным более 100 часов. Это значит ежедневно, без перерыва, по 35 минут переговоров. Результат отрицательный.
Thank you for the question. Dear Larry Lemon, I will translate it to you. To what extent is it effective to contact and communicate with autocrats? Maybe we can divide and define them as acceptable and useless. For example, President Macron spends 100 hours of negotiation with Putin, but there is no effect.
Well, yeah, I heard the interpretation. Yeah, I mean, you know, what can I say? I didn't think that Macron was going to persuade Putin. I think he has his own agenda. If you're saying we should make distinctions among authoritarian regimes, I think all kinds of distinctions can be and need to be made among authoritarian regimes. First of all, the degrees of authoritarianism, but also the quality of governance. You know, one of the things that we were wrong about is that we thought Putin was a state builder, a modernizer, and he turned out to be just an incredibly corrupt kleptocrat who created a hollow state and not a functionally effective modern state. And, you know, if you've got to make distinctions among authoritarianism, when you get a developmental state that is at least building capacity and controlling corruption, building institutions, and creating separation between the ruler and the ruler's family on the one hand and state institutions in the other, it leaves a legacy that's more likely to, you know, someday in the future make a democratic transition. And Korea and Taiwan are examples of that. Okay, I think we're at the last question now.
Francesco, last question.
Thank you very much. Professor Diamond and Francesco Mancini from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore. I have a question focused more on the digital media and the role of digital media on this sort of path toward illiberalism. Do you think that there is something inherited into the way digital media are set up that are moving, you know, dialogues toward extremes and somehow lending themselves to be well managed by autocratic regimes? And if so, what liberal democracy can do to regain control of digital media, to move them back to that kind of optimism that we had 10, 15 years ago?
So, of course, this is a question we would want to ponder for the next couple of hours. It's so big, it demands that level of attention. But since we're at the end, I'll just provide a few bullet points, which I'm sure is all you're really expecting at this point. Number one, I think one of the intrinsic features of not all social media, but some social media that contribute to this problem is anonymity. When people can hide behind a wall of anonymity, they're much more likely to be abusive and engage in polarizing, venomous, and antisocial behavior. Now, this creates a dilemma because people in authoritarian contexts, need anonymity to protect themselves. And some ideas have been raised about limited anonymity so that people in conditions of threat and danger might be anonymous to others or the state, but that a social media company would be able to verify that it's a real human being, not a robot, and hold individuals accountable for abusive behavior. So that leads to point number two, that we need much more. The social media companies, they have to some extent taken on the role of editors. And so they do have a responsibility to engage in content moderation in a more serious way to root out violent and abusive behavior and obvious sources of disinformation on the internet, and at least label it, downgrade it. That leads to the third thing, which is now the algorithms of the social media companies are designed to privilege outrage, anger, emotion, hatred, disinformation, because these go viral more quickly. These fixate people's attention on the social media platform more quickly, and it means that the social media companies collect more data and sell more ads and get more revenue and make more profits. So I think we need algorithmic transparency and some kind of regulation of that as well. And then finally, I'll just conclude. I think the European Parliament have gone a lot further than most of the United States. We're trying to follow this a little bit in California with the general data protection regulations and other initiatives to protect people's privacy and to make their data and portable across units, and to impose some discipline on these companies. We do need stronger, transparent, democratic government regulation.
Thank you very much, Larry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good luck. Thank you.
And thank you very much to the speakers for the most exciting panel so far. Thank you so much. It was great to have all your presentation, to have this great overview of democratic backsliding. Have a good night. And now we have, I will say, a 45 minutes break. As you realize, for a variety of reasons, we are a little bit behind schedule. So the plan states that we should be back here by 2:30 to start the next round of panels. I don't think that's feasible. So I'll give you 45 minutes. I'm sorry to be autocratic in this respect. Be back in 45 minutes and we'll try to make the best of the rest of the day. Thank you. And enjoy lunch.
After lunch break, we will start in room 1010, and we will continue with Zoom recording and YouTube broadcast. Thank you, dear listeners.
Testing.
So can you also show from here? We cannot, right? Afternoon, right? Good afternoon. So can you hear us? Chat button. So can you hear us?
Yes, okay, great.
Should we start? Should we wait, or so? Should we start, or should we wait a little bit? So please check the copy that you are going to show, and we are going to show you. Yeah. So yeah, maybe show the other audience slowly. Yes, as you can see. Thanks. Great job. Maybe we can wait a little bit, because perhaps there are diagrams in there. So you can also see the structure. User capital. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Maybe we need to use the mic.
Yes, I can hear you now. So I think YouTube as well. We are running a little bit behind schedule because the previous panel was very eventful, and one of the speakers that should have given the keynote speech at first joined the panel, so the panel ended up lasting longer than it should have. So we will be starting at 2:45 our time, so in 11 minutes. So please bear with us, and apologies for the delay. You know that the previous panel on instability was longer because Larry Diamond was supposed to give a keynote speech at 9:30.
So you are first. Okay, you are second. Okay, and Fiji would be the third. So anybody knows Russian, you can also select Russian as well. So I think we have 10 minutes limit, so we can show each other the time. I'm not good about time tracking. So basically, the role of the chair is simple. Just introduce the speakers and just keep the time, okay? That's all. So not presenting anything, but just preparing questions maybe. So anybody knows Larry Diamond? So he's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution. So he gave the keynote speech. I will miss it, but there should be recorded, so you can listen later if you wish. So, excellent panels presentations. Okay. Yeah, I think 45 then.
Dear Professor Mehmet, can you hear us? Это 11. We cannot hear Professor Mehmet. Hello?
Hello, welcome. So can you hear us well?
Yes.
Okay. So should we start now? Maybe
just a second.
More minutes. Okay.
Yes, it's ready. Please start. Thank you very much. In 1 minute? Okay. We're starting in 1 minute. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and Professor Mehmet for your willingness to organize this panel session on policy innovation. And thank you very much, all your colleagues, participants, PhD, alumni, and everyone for presenting your research projects.
So thanks a lot for very kind invitation. So it is a great honor to be part of the conference. And so our presenters are also very excited and happy to be part of the panel. And so we have also students joining the conference. So we have about 20 students. They are interested in innovation, policy innovations. Most of them are working in government and private organizations, nonprofit organizations. So yeah, thanks a lot. So if everyone is ready, maybe I can introduce the panelists. So again, it is a great honor to be part of policy innovation session. So we have 5 excellent presentations and presenters. 2 of them are in the classroom now. One is Kaineng and the other is Lin. So they are gonna present the paper in the classroom. So then we have other 3 presentations. One is Kiji. So he finished his PhD in our school. Now he's in the Netherlands, University of Amsterdam. So we are very happy that he's gonna talk about policy innovation. And we have Matri. So she is a recent graduate from our school. And then, so we have also Artri. So Artri, and we have been working on several papers related to COVID-19 innovation, policy innovations, including health innovations as well. So without taking much of your time, so let me give you the first floor to Kaineng. So he's gonna talk about digital platforms, innovations across public and private sector. So the first paper is gonna compare public versus private organizations. Then we will go Linz. She's also in the classroom. So her co-authors are actually 2 co-authors. So she's gonna talk about COVID-19 and trace together apps. So Kaineng, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mehmet. Okay, so my presentation is on digital platforms, right? I'm going to talk about some innovations across public and private sectors. So this is the agenda today. We start with the introduction. We do some simple literature review. We talk about the methodology, the policy discussion, then we proceed on to the conclusion. Now, my research question here, what are some innovative practices that digital platform stakeholders engage in Singapore? And to start with, I'd like to ask the audience, who is this? Can anyone identify this person? Anyone? Okay, how about this person? Have you seen this person on the street before? right? So if we think about it, my point here is anyone can be a platform worker, right? So this person was the first picture was the former finance minister of Afghanistan, and the second is a food delivery rider, right, who did charitable work through the Grab platform by doing his food delivery. So when I think about it, digital platform can come in a variety of instances, right? What has happened is there's about 273,000 platform workers in Singapore, addressing a sizable market of about 170 million gross domestic merchandise value. So this is a very significant market in today's world. And if we think about it, it spans several categories, including food delivery, parcel delivery, even ride hailing, and so on. And this is interesting because many studies, right, are published in, for instance, International Labour Organization's papers and journals, and we can see that there is an impact in our daily lives, right? And if we think about it, maybe one of the more sizable company that we can think about when it comes to digital platform will be Grab or even Gojek, right? And some of the keywords could maybe include independent workers, gig economy, freelancers, mobility, employment, flexibility. And to understand it better, maybe we can look at it in terms of the literature. Some of it talks about power and misclassification. So if we look at empirical examples, then some of it has to do with the notion of power, right? If you look at the platforms, in order for somebody to start engaging or becoming a delivery or partner of that platform, there needs to be a certain terms and conditions or code of conduct that they have to abide by. And in order to maintain their presence on the platform. So literature review-wise, simply put, a lot of misclassification and consequences issues that I pointed out. Misclassification has quite a few consequences, which I will elaborate on later. And methodology-wise, what I did was I looked at data from the Ministry of Manpower. Some of it comes from the Data for Good and Meta portal, and even those from the LTA. So taking into account all these, what I have done is a DID, difference in difference methodology, right? So I look at the pre-COVID trend and I look at the post-COVID trends. And what I found was that there is an income shock that happened during the month of March 2020, which is the month where COVID-19 containment measures were really put into force in Singapore. And we can see that the average monthly income has actually decreased by maybe about the tune of 2,000 or so. So this is my statistical model, right? I talk about the time invariant good specific effects. I talk about good invariant time specific effects, right? I talk about how mobility restrictions has a constant effect on the level of income, and I put in some dummy variables to represent groups that are subjected to either the mobility restrictions that impact the income directly and those that are not. So my analysis plan was that I look at the income of the impact of mobility restriction on monthly income. The unit analysis in this case is the worker level. Did some data cleaning and transformation procedures. So if there are missing data, I will draw the observation, but there are no issues with the prescribed data sets that are generated. And all this is to generate the interaction term, which is treatment and post, and it's a simple DID regression. So results analysis, you can find that every unit of restriction will cause a decrease in the level of income, right? And it's a statistically significant one. So when we come to the policy side of things, then we discuss, maybe we start with that worker typology. I find that a taxonomy of digital platform workers based on certain income and choice characteristics is necessary to better understand them. So what I did was I took the source of income, whether is it primary or secondary, right? And I cross-reference it to the choice, whether or not they are actually doing on a preferred basis or on a non-preferred basis. And what I found was 4 different types of platform workers. In this case, some of them are working as a primary preferred basis, then it will be a career. So they treat it as if it's a full-time career. Then of course, on the flip side, you got those who don't prefer it and do not think that is a primary source of income. Then it's probably something like financially driven because you are forced or in a little bit of the other spectrum. Then of course, if you are a primary worker and you don't prefer it, then it's a little bit of involuntary. You are forced to do that work, right? Then on the flip side, there is also these workers who think that, okay, I am flexible, I have certain time belts, I can perform certain work, but maybe the traditional employment does not allow that. For instance, timings like 12 a.m. to 5 a.m., right? And in this case, there will be casual workers. Okay, so if I look at the certain more interesting ones, because we only have 10 minutes here, I will say that certain characteristics is a little bit more outstanding than the others. If you look at degree holder own account workers, right, then maybe you will find that there is a significant number of degree holders working in the gig economy. And it's surprising because these are workers who can easily maybe find other jobs in other traditional employment sector. So some of the policy innovations I find platform will be the standards. In Singapore, we have very strict regulations. The Land Transport Authority, right, works in tandem with what we call the tripartite initiatives. What has happened is in Singapore, tripartite standards means that there are a few different organizations coming together. You got the NTUC, National Trade Union Congress, which represent the workers. You have the employers union, which is the Singapore National Employers Federation, and the government sector, you got the LTA, you got the Ministry of Manpower. So these work together to come up with standards that companies or employers should abide by in order to provide fair compensation to certain workers. And in this case, the LTA has regulated private hire drivers by the PDVL, which is a private hire drivers vocational license, which is similar to the taxi ones. And then there are safeguards. So if you look at some of the parliamentary questions raised in the Singapore Parliament, there has been some questions about how Central Provident Fund contributions, or what we call in short CPF in Singapore, or what we have it as a retirement pension scheme, should be made mandatory for this group of workers, because misclassification can mean that they are not covered very well under existing regulation. And then there are also encouragement policies. So in certain cases, there is a shortfall in terms of the demand and supply. So sometimes you have less drivers than the passengers. So what the companies do is to encourage the drivers to do certain things, to be there at a certain place at a certain time. And assistance-wise happens during the COVID-19 situation where it's not so great for the drivers in terms of the income. So they are asked to learn other things that can supplement their income. And these forms part of the contingency support for the drivers. In terms of partnerships, if you look at the rising fuel prices, then some of the companies have partnered very well with some of the petroleum companies to provide subsidized fuel in an attempt to defray the costs. And some of the drivers are retrained, right? So retraining means that they can go for other careers instead of remaining in the current job. And some of the things are a little bit more new ones will be maybe telematics. So you will find that sometimes drivers do not drive very fast because they will not do that. They won't risk their safe driving because they are assessed by the apps, right? This is very different from the taxi industry that they have disrupted. So you find that there is a generally higher level of service by these platform companies.
I'm open to everything.
Okay, so this was the video where the taxi driver was suffering from complications and he crashed into a lot of pedestrians. So it begged the question of whether they are actually safe or not, right? And the last one I would like to touch on is the policy innovation on shifts. So what Greg has done is they identified certain areas that are a little bit more popular. They will get the drivers to sign up for these shifts and guarantee them a certain minimum level of income. Okay. So I have some suggestions because when we do platform work, a lot of the literature has not really touched a lot about the context very well. So my suggestion is for future research on this digital platform area and innovation has to look a lot more detailed into the context. Given that this is a short presentation, this is all I have to share today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kainang, for excellent presentation. And of course, we have questions, right? And then also asking comments about government's role for innovation, the collaboration. And so now our second presenter is Lynn. So she's our PhD candidate and in the job market. And she is doing excellent work on COVID-19. And she has published a few pieces, very pioneering work. So she's gonna present a paper co-authored with Alfred Wu, our associate professor here, and also Professor Charles, yeah, and he's connected on Zoom as well. So thanks, Lynn, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks for the very warm welcome from Prof. Mehmet, and thanks for hosting this panel. It's really glad to have this presentation in front of all of you. And actually, this paper that I'm going to present is one of my thesis papers. And so I'm really looking forward to the feedbacks and comments from all of you, if possible, and to help me improve my paper. And like Prof. Mehmet mentioned before, actually this paper I co-authored with my supervisor, Prof. Alfred Wu, and also Prof. Charles Hennant from Florida State University, who is a Fulbright scholar currently visiting LKY. Yeah, so for this paper, actually the topic is governance strategies to promote innovations. And I use Singapore's trace together devices as a case of analysis. So actually trace together is Singapore's national digital contact tracing solutions during this COVID-19 situation. And so what means by digital contact tracing? Actually, it is one innovation widely used by governments worldwide during this pandemic, which means that it is an app or a token that once the people use it, they will kind of collect and store the data of that person's close contacts within the past 2 to 3 weeks. And then once that person was confirmed the infection, the governments are able to decrypt the data and notify the close contacts of that infected, and then recommend them to conduct a self-quarantine. So in this way, governments are able to manage the pandemic by identifying the potential infected, and also break the transmission chain in a very early stage. Yeah, so usually this tool is used for the post-lockdown period, because by then people are allowed to go out, and the interaction among people will increase as well. So actually, given this importance, actually it is really necessary that we should have a very high public adoption rate of the digital contact tracing. But also, as I mentioned before, because digital contact tracing means that people and citizens need to kind of give their personal data to the government. That's why there are many concerns from the people's side, so especially security and the privacy of their data. because of these barriers, actually people are unwilling to use the contact tracing devices. That's why many countries, many governments are struggling to kind of promote their device, and they suffer from a low public adoption rate of this useful tool during pandemic. However, we found that Singapore did a really good job in promoting this device to their citizens. We can see from this graph on the left that actually by February last year, Singapore is the toppest in their public adoption rate of the contact tracing devices, even more than China. And now I think currently Singapore enjoys 99% of the public adoption rate of the trace together device. So actually, Singapore is really successful in promoting their device. So very naturally, we have this question: how can the government promote its innovation, which in this case we refer to the contact tracing devices, to their citizens? And more specifically, we wonder, what are government's promotion strategies to increase the adoption rate? And also, how did the government implement the promotion strategies? And in answering these questions, our findings are, we summarize 4 strategies, promotion strategies, which are government's public communication and government's improvement in the device qualities, and also government's collaboration with non-state actors, and lastly, government's expanded and mandatory use of the devices. Also, we summarize the 4 ways that the government implement these strategies, which are the incrementalism, and also the flexibility and the obfuscation of the policy. Thirdly is the provision of grace period, which means that the government will give the citizens a period of time for them to be prepared, either in the facility-wise or mental-wise. And the last one is governments are fully prepared before the implementation of the mandatory policy. We use thematic analysis to kind of summarize these findings. And so actually, I would really appreciate if any one of you could provide your feedback on your opinion on this paper structure, and also your recommendations on the potential theories or frameworks that we could look into, and your suggestions of the analysis method that we could use, we used in this paper, such as, because now we currently use both thematic analysis and co-occurrence analysis, would you think that thematic analysis alone would be enough, or actually adding co-occurrence analysis would be even better? So I really look forward to hearing your feedback on this. So actually, as I mentioned before, digital contact tracing is quite unique, given its characteristic that it is technology measures used by the government during the pandemic time, but also it is different from the previous tech measures such as e-government or e-bike, because it is related to citizen privacy. That's why, given its the uniqueness of digital contact tracing, in our literature review, we focus on the public adoption of digital contact tracing alone. And we found that in these papers, they use the technology adoption framework, especially TAM2 and UTOT. But actually, these 2 frameworks and other frameworks actually got criticized because they are oversimplifying situations. They only focus on the individual citizens' perception and then to explain the public adoption of technology, but ignore other actors such as the government. So actually, this is one of our contributions of this paper, that we kind of analyze from the government's perspective. And also because the previous papers focus on the individual level, they only give hypothetical suggestions to the government rather than summarizing from an empirical case. That's why in our paper, we use an empirical case to summarize and to summarize the public adoption strategies from the government's perspective. And so in the case selection, we use the extreme case selection strategy here, extreme, we refer to the unusual high public adoption rate of the that Singapore government has in terms of digital contact tracing adoption. And also we try to explore the variables that could explain the high adoption rate in the Singapore situation. So for the coding scheme, we use both closed coding and open coding. So for the closed coding, we summarize from the prior literatures, which are these 5 hypothetical suggestions, but we mainly focus on the open coding, which is the data collected in this trace together case in Singapore. And lastly, we integrate both open coding and closed coding and then compare them. So here's the finding. I don't know if it is too small. Okay, so basically, as I mentioned before, we summarize 4 themes here. And then also, different sub-themes. We find, you can see from the total number of the files that actually governments usually mostly use the public communication to the citizens, and also the expanded and mandatory use of the devices the most to promote their device. And also, we found that for question 2, like government's ways to implement their strategies, we also summarize 4 themes, and we can see that governments usually use the incremental strategy to gradually change their compliance policy, to gradually expand the use of device. And in this way, to prevent the resistance, too much resistance from the public side. And also, we want to investigate the correlation between the sub-themes of the research question. So here, among the sub-themes of the promotion strategies, we find that actually you can see here how to. Oh, okay, yeah. So 1.1 and 1.5, they have the thickest edge of the node. So it means that we explain it as government responded to people's concerns by government officials explaining the devices to the citizens. And also here we can see 4.1 and 4.2, they also have very thick edge of the nodes. So we explain it as that government actually de facto mandates the use of the device by merging it with the check-in system, so that citizens have to use the device if they want to enter any public venue, such as the shopping mall or the restaurant. And also within the research question 2, which is government's ways to implement the promotion strategies, we find here 1.1 and 1.2, they have very thick edge, which we explain it as governments actually gradually expand the use of the device and at the same time gradually change their tone of compliance policy from voluntary to compulsory. So it can reflect the harmony of Singapore's policy making. And here we can see 3.1, the assurance to the public has the biggest size of the node, which means that it is mentioned by different, by the most files in our research. So it means that governments like really assure to the government, to the public that make different assurance to the public that to guarantee and to explain the function of the app to the public to prevent the social anxiety. So we give our suggestions and implications from the perspective of government's policy capacity. And we summarize that actually, if the government wants to promote the innovations to their citizens, they need both operational and political capacity, which more specifically, we summarize as the strategic public communication with the citizens, which include both from the government side and also non-state actor side. And also the governments need to have high quality management of their innovation. And lastly, if the government wants to conduct a mandatory policy, they better do it in a flexible and incremental way. Yeah, so this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Lynn. So after those two excellent presentations, now we can move to online presentations. So we have three more. One is Kiji and R3 and also Motri. So oh, okay. Okay. Oh, they cannot share the screen. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yes, I think I can share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Oh, can we see the screen? Can we check maybe? Yes, I think we are seeing very well. So welcome, Kiji. Great seeing you here after you have graduated, right? We have missed you. So thanks a lot for your time. We know that it is morning to you, still like early morning. So thanks a lot. So the floor is yours. Again, like you have about 10 minutes. And so feel free to start anytime.
Thank you, Mehmet, and thank you for the invitation to join the conference. I'm joining you from Amsterdam, so good morning and good afternoon to the rest who are in Singapore and Astana. Today, I'm going to talk about a fairly preliminary sort of idea about the challenge of trying to bring together two different concepts on innovation. So this is about trying to bring together policy innovation and public sector innovation. And I'm going to talk about in relation to migration policy and policy innovation in the Philippines. So we know for a fact that fundamentally public policy is really a study of policy change, and early thinking about public policy is that it's about this sort of dichotomous thinking about whether they want to pursue incremental change following Lindblom's argumentation, or following more innovative change, which is really this drastic radical change. But we know that a lot of the works that have recently come out in terms of policy theories have established that there is a relationship between this change, and these are not dichotomous. For example, punctuated equilibrium suggested that incremental changes lead to radical change. But one thing that we were thinking about is that while policy change is important, we need to probably think about it in relation to, does it really matter? Is change enough? Because change could be regressive. Change could be a negative change. And you might be able to think about change in a better way through policy innovation. And specifically, what it does is that links innovation and change with the more normative element, which is really solving of societal problems. We know that more recent thinking about policy innovation suggests that it is a more rational response to policy problem, and the extent to which innovation could occur is really influenced by the tractability, or what we call wickedness, of the policy problem. On the other hand, building on the recent works on public sector innovation, we saw that the source of innovation matter, whether it comes from the government or whether it comes from external to the government, matters in determining the process by which innovation will occur. And that this sort of the linking of innovation, particularly of public sector innovation, with the question of problem solving or problem amelioration is fairly limited, but it is important. And hence we're trying to do this sort of time to think about more conceptually about how policy innovation and public sector innovation is linked. So this presentation is part of the paper that we're trying to develop, where we try to argue for the need to build on the work on public sector innovation to better understand policy innovation and vice versa. And we are going to present you a synoptic framework of innovation that tries to look into two basic variables. As mentioned, the problem tractability or problem attributes matter, and also the source of innovation matters. And we're trying to build the cases to illustrate the usefulness of this framework through migration policy innovation in the Philippines. Why migration? Migration is a growing concern across all countries and has been subjected to changes in governance in the past few years. And Philippines is a good case because it's seen as a global leader in migration management. So we define policy innovation based on Torfing and Ansel's view, which is a type of innovation that aims to respond to wicked and unruly public problems or to realize ambitious new political agendas. This is a deviation from how it's previously understood as largely about innovation in terms of instruments. They see it as innovations across problem definition, goals and values, and as well as including instruments and governance structures. And we're trying to build this on top of the existing work on public sector innovation, which is largely defined as the development and implementation of novel idea by public sector organizations. And an important note to this is that it's about novelty. It's about the newness to that particular context that, in this particular case, or the government that is adopting the idea. And we wanted to use these two variables to sort of identify the conditions to determine how innovation will happen and the extent of innovation that will happen. So it's both about the process and degree of innovation. So just quickly trying to elaborate our point about problem attributes, we identify three dimensions to sort of determine the nature of problem tractability or problem wickedness. One is whether there is a clear causal mechanism, it's clear what the causes of the problem is, whether values are clearly in agreement in terms of the problem definition, and whether options to ameliorate the problem are quite clear. So we see problem structuring as a process rather than an end in itself, and it goes through the entire policy cycle. And what do you mean by source of innovation? We're looking into source of governance as a source of innovation and an innovation itself, where when governance are being innovated on, it really looks into how we invite other actors into the solution of the problem or even the definition of the problem. And this could be, for our purposes, could be external to the government, whereby political or societal, for example, COVID-19 is a source of external source of innovation. And it could also include international normative pressures to innovate. And we would call external sources as following the policy subsystem or within the subsystem, which could be interest groups, international organizations, the public in general. It could also be internal source of innovation, where it's within the government, within the policy community, as we would call, and could be seen as the government consistently innovating in the absence of, even in the absence of external pressures. So bringing them together, we would find ourselves this kind of taxonomy of the types and process of innovation. I would be talking more about the first level, which is the structured problems differentiated across external and internal sources of innovation. But basically what our taxonomy would suggest is that these type of innovations would sort of determine the process and the nature of the change. So for example, radical innovation would constitute an original, fairly ad hoc set of policies that sufficiently deviates from the status quo, but it's also largely involved through government activities. And absorptive innovation would really be based on the condition of structured problem wickedness and internal sources of innovation, where it's really about multiple sources of successful policies, and they're being layered together. And the idea of more structured problem attribute is that it makes it easier to make policies. It makes it easier to attach problems with solutions. While this second type of, or the third and fourth type of innovation, which I'm not going to talk about in this presentation, are largely based on unstructured problem attributes. Bricolage is this dense layering where you loosely put together different elements of a successful policies to create a new one, but largely incoherent policy. And this would imagine be a function of subsystem politics where interest groups, other stakeholders would be involved in actually creating this policy. And the last one would be an isomorphic type of policy which we would argue is probably the most marginal of the options or the type of innovation. It's still innovative in the sense that it's really different, but it's probably the most conservative, and would largely involve emulation, or what we call lesson drawing from other countries or from other contexts. And it would involve still a fairly inclusive set of participants, largely involving the subsystem rather than the community. So just to quickly conclude with just a couple of cases that we were working on in terms of the radical innovation in migration policy. I think one example here is really the enactment of the most foundational law of migration policies in the Philippines, which is the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act. We argue that it's a fairly structured problem in the sense that it was clear through the cases of the execution of Flor Contemplacion in Singapore and the trial of Sarah Balabagan in Saudi, that the state has failed to protect its migrant workers abroad. It is seen as the state failure as the cause of this problem. Values are fairly clear in the sense that there's widespread public condemnation of Flor Contemplacion's death. And the source of innovation here is really based on this massive public protests against the government. So it's largely external, but the nature of change was seen as very radical in the sense that it was movement from very neoliberal regime of migration management to a more rights-based, protection-heavy migration management. And this rather quick and drastic that was largely done coherently within the government. And the second more recent innovation in migration policy is the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers. We see this as a largely unstructured problem because it really tries to address the lack of coordination among more formal migration agencies. The source of innovation is campaign promise of President Duterte to focus and give more resources to migrant workers, but it was as early as 2019 that he declared that he wanted to have this kind of department. And then the nature of change is also fairly significant in the sense that it institutionalized the role of migrant workers into the existing policy agenda by bringing these different segments of the government together to work as a whole department. And the process of change is largely layered in the sense that it builds the existing practices of protection, of having differentiation of land-based versus sea-based migrant workers, with lessons from other countries. And this is particularly the case with the Indian Ministry of Overseas Indians and the Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis that really try to cater to a specific set of population abroad. So we feel that this is a form of absorptive innovation. And to just quickly conclude, this presentation really just sought to demonstrate how the interaction of problem attributes and source of innovation shape how migration policy dynamics unfold. And we definitely have more work to do to try to integrate discrete studies and innovation to establish a more generalized framework to understand how the process and the outcome of policy of innovation will unfold. Thank you for listening.
Great, thanks a lot, Kiji. So, and we have the questions also regarding source and also the policy problem. Great. So now we can move to our next presenter, Atri. So she's gonna talk about public sector innovation in 3 selected Asian countries, including India and Singapore. So Atri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Actually, I'm not able to share my screen.
Yes.
So,
so can you share your screen?
no, I'm not able to.
Okay. So should we share? Okay. So can you allow to share the screen? So can you try again, Asri, whether you can share the screen?
No, it's still disabled.
Oh, so yes, so maybe organizer can allow. If not, maybe I'll try to share my screen, because I think Motri has the same issue as well. She cannot share the screen. So maybe just a second. We can wait.
Sorry, Mehmet. I made her co-host, so she should be able to share now.
Great. Yeah, thanks a lot. So Atri, I believe you can share now.
I'm trying, but it seems I'm not able to. Okay, so what I'll do, Prof, is that I'll start with the presentation. I'll talk through the presentation, if that's okay, because I think I'm not able to share the screen.
Maybe you can send it to me and I'll open. Yeah, in the meantime, you can check again. So.
Yes, now I'm in.
Oh, okay, that's perfect then. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience, and thanks for welcoming me to this session. It's an honor truly to be presenting to you all. This is actually an ongoing paper. I've been working with Prof. Mehmet for the past 3 months now, and it's an interesting topic. The topic is about the changing facets of public sector innovation in Asia. And the aim of this particular paper is to look into how COVID-19 has affected public sector innovation in Asia. And why this is important is because we see COVID-19 as a catalyst, which will change public sector innovation in a fundamental way going forward. So I'll go through the presentation now. So basically, COVID-19, as you know, has forced governments to innovate faster and within shorter timelines. And there has been a fundamental shift in mindset from a long-term iterative approach towards innovation to a more proactive approach, which governments are now starting to take. And many governments now in Asia look at innovation as an important tool to tackle some of the complex challenges that are facing countries in the region now. And it's not just at the national level that we are seeing these types of changes, but also at the local levels across different layers of bureaucracy, that there is a slight shift in mindset that is taking shape. This is a relatively unexplored area of research in Asia, because I think just like you can see the speakers before me presented, Lynn and Kichi, they have beautifully presented their topics. There is a lot more that can be explored in case of Asia. So basically for this paper, we are looking at the OECD framework on facets of innovation, which you can see on the screen here. This is a diamond-shaped framework where the types of innovations are divided into 4 types: enhancement-oriented innovation, adaptive innovation, anticipatory innovation, and mission-oriented innovation. These are different types of innovations, as you can see, and they are being pulled in different directions based on who is directing the innovation, either government in a top-down fashion or from the stakeholders in a bottom-up fashion, versus an innovation taking shape in an environment of certainty versus in a highly uncertain environment. So that's what this framework projects. And between the innovation facets, you can see that they are divided by different types of changes. So these are sustainable changes, optimizing changes, disruptive changes, and transformative changes. And what this typically means is that a given innovation may not necessarily fall into one facet, but there is a chance that it may fall at the intersection of 2 facets, or it may move from one facet of an innovation towards another after some time. So moving on, basically this is an explanation of what each type of innovation basically means. So enhancement-oriented innovation is basically about achieving incremental changes in products and processes at the government level to lead to better outcomes. This is basically undertaken in an environment of certainty where governments are able to channel their existing resources. Mission-oriented innovation is about achieving a clear goal and an outcome in the long term. And this usually takes shape in a top-down approach, and it has a shaping effect on several innovations on the downstream. Next is adaptive innovation. Adaptive innovation is about playing with or trying new approaches and experimenting with new ideas in a very uncertain and changing environment. That is what we saw largely during the pandemic across several countries. Next is anticipatory innovation. It is about the public sector exploring and engaging with emerging issues that might shape future priorities and commitments in terms of policy making. Going ahead, basically for this particular paper, we have chosen 3 country cases, which is India, Singapore, and South Korea. We have chosen these countries based on, firstly, their consistent innovation performance in recent years, or rather across many years, and their ranking in the Global Innovation Index, where, for example, India has consistently improved its rank for the past 11 years and has brought about, the public sector has brought about several key initiatives like Digital India, Atal Innovation Mission, etc. Even during the pandemic, there have been several innovations coming from India, which makes it an interesting case to add. Next is Singapore, which is the 8th most innovative economy in the world. And as Lynn has already covered, the Trace Together app, we also see that Singapore has in general adopted several, national level policies, 5-year plans to promote innovation. For example, the Smart Nation Initiative, the Digital Government Blueprint, the Enterprise Challenge, which basically brings together a lot of stakeholders and encourages them to share ideas, which then is embedded into new public initiatives. The third case is South Korea, which is the 5th most innovative economy in the world and is technologically advanced. And many of the innovations from South Korea were, during the pandemic especially, were widely adopted by other countries as well. One more reason that these 3 countries have been chosen is because they represent South, Southeast, and East Asia, and so they also offer a very interesting contrast of cases. So basically, the methodology we use for this paper is basically to analyze 14 cases, which we have taken from Observatory of Public Sector Innovations, OPSI, by OECD. For each, India and Singapore, we have taken 5 cases and 4 cases from South Korea. The cases, each of the cases were carefully analyzed, coded, and linked with the innovation facet, and we aim to further elaborate on how, based on these innovation facets, we want to explain how each country undertakes public sector innovation. So as you can see, this is an example of what we have, how we have analyzed the cases and how we have coded them across each of the innovation facets. In case of India, for example, as you can see on your screen, we have categorized the cases into innovation response, issue addressed, anticipated impact, and innovation facet 1 and 2 with an intersection changes. So what this basically means is that, I think, as I've already told you, innovation may not, certain innovations do not fall into a particular facet, but they fall at the intersection of more than one facet. So that is where, you see more than one facet being highlighted here. But in the case of India, we largely see adaptive innovation as well as anticipatory innovation, which is a highly bottom-up approach and where a lot of collaboration takes shape. This is the case, this is for Singapore, where you can see that there are a total of 5 cases, and we see that the type of innovations largely fall into enhancement-oriented and mission-oriented innovations. And basically what this means is this is a top-down approach, mostly which the government has chosen to take, where you see that the government is basically channeling these innovations, but also taking collaborating with select strategic partners wherever possible. This is the case of South Korea, where we see largely very clearly innovations are being categorized into enhancement-oriented type of innovation, and there is one case of mission-oriented innovation. There is a slight limitation that the number of cases are less, and perhaps the results may differ if there are more cases. So still here, this is what we are able to find. We also find that there is not a lot of collaboration in case of South Korea for the particular innovations we have chosen. The overall findings that we have seen is that we are able to see a clear contrast, particularly India, Singapore, and South Korea. India is on one end of the spectrum, being a highly disruptive, where disruptive innovations are encouraged, and there is a bottom-up approach for encouraging innovations and taking them up in the public sector and then scaling them up. There is also greater collaboration in case of India, as well as moderate use of technology. The technology is used basically as a coordinator, to better scale services to citizens. In case of Singapore, while disruption is allowed but not much encouraged, and what I mean by that is basically there is a combination of top-down and bottom-up approaches where citizens as well as different sectors, including the private sector, are encouraged to share their ideas and to share their innovations. But of course, it's mostly not disruptive in nature. And the public sector generally tends to have strategic collaboration with public sector as well as different relevant stakeholders, including the healthcare sector. And we also see high use of technology in case of Singapore. As already discussed, certain applications like Trace Together, as well as several Smart Nation initiatives which are ongoing, and how COVID has actually accelerated the pace of use of technology in Singapore. In case of South Korea, we see that disruption is not much encouraged because there's highly a top-down approach and a very strategic kind of collaboration at the level of government itself, within the public sector itself mostly, but also with strategically important private sector partners are involved in certain innovations. And as you already know, South Korea is a digital native. So what that means is they encourage advanced use of technology. So most of the innovations from South Korea are technologically advanced. So what the conclusion that we can draw overall from the paper so far is that each country tends to have its own unique approach to public sector innovation, and innovation facets tend to vary across developing and the developed countries. So as if we, for example, take India, where we see greater collaboration and bottom-up approaches in a very dynamic innovation ecosystem, that tends to be very different from mature innovation ecosystems like Singapore and South Korea, where they tend to adopt a more top-down approach with a focus on greater transparency, citizen centricity, as well as technology adoption at various stages of the innovation process. And interestingly, one thing we are able to find is that advanced countries like South Korea, they may not necessarily encourage disruption at the government level, but they tend to lead to more downstream innovation. So what I mean to say here is that, for example, South Korea has opened up a lot of its data, has made a lot of its public data accessible to the public, collected from the public, and which is accessible to a large set of the stakeholders. So what that has enabled is several important stakeholders to develop innovations using that kind of data that is available. So that's all that I have to discuss, and thanks, and questions are welcome. Thank you.
the last presenter. And so Motri is going to present on water governance. So governance innovations in the water sector, impacts of retail competition on service delivery and water use efficiency in England. So the floor is yours. Thanks, Motri, for joining us.
So can you hear me now, Mehmet? Okay, so I assume that everyone can hear me, and my screen is also visible to the audience. First of all, thank you, Mehmet, as well as the Lee Kuan Yew School for inviting me for this panel. I'm very happy to present my part of my thesis research in today's conference, so which is about the impacts of retail competition on service delivery and customers and water use efficiency in England. So without wasting much time, let me first explain what is it about. So open water is a kind of like a very recent and innovative retail market competition in the water services sector that has been introduced in 2017 in England. And so what does this retail market do? Now in England, in 1989, the entire, all the utilities were privatized along with water. So the water sector was privatized, and within England, there were around like approximately 24 water regions where the entire water and wastewater services, starting from procurement of raw water, treatment, supply, network services, as well as collection, treatment and disposal of wastewater. So everything was given to a private agency to operate. Okay, so within England, there are, as I said, around approximately 24 water regions, and each region has default private agency who take care of or who is responsible for the entire water and wastewater services. This privatization was done mainly with the intention of attracting or bringing in private investment to improve, renovate, as well as maintain the old infrastructure and kind of like the dilapidating water infrastructure. Okay, so to reduce the public sector costs and to induce more private investments so that there can be improvements in the water networks as well as water quality, treatment and services. So this privatization was done. So after almost 30 years, what has been noted is that the water sector privatization indeed promote a lot of private investment, which led to improvement of networks, water service networks, as well as water treatment, the water quality improved. However, in two sectors that no improvement, or rather like the two problematic sectors that were found out was one, because each section is under one private water supplier, so the prices increased significantly. And also the fringe activities such as billing, meter reading, customer services. So these services, the quality of these services reduced. As a result, to address these problems, the England water regulator as well as the government, they decided to introduce retail competition in the water services sector. So this retail competition of the water retail services, they include meter reading, billing, collection of bills, and specific customer services like getting customer complaints, catering to those complaints, as well as value-added services such as water use efficiency, advice, suggestions, as well as services. Okay. Kind of so as to reduce water consumption of customers. So this paper intends to find out to what extent the expected outcomes have been delivered, and what are the resulting impacts on customers in terms of service range, quality, and cost. And next, it tries to find out what are the factors that influence market outcomes. To find out, to address these research questions, so in terms of methodology, the approach of the paper is mainly kind of threefold. First, I do a systemic review of secondary documents to find out how the market and the key stakeholders, mainly the wholesale water suppliers, how they responded to the opening of these retail competition. Next, I conduct a survey of 141 business. So it's a qualitative, more perception-based survey of 141 business organizations over 6 water supply regions in England to find out what are the perceptions of customers on the impact of these retail competition on a different range of services, as well as whether their consumption has really reduced or stayed the same or increased. And lastly, to find out what are the factors that were influencing the market outcomes as identified in step 1 and 2. I conduct 8 in-depth semi-structured interviews with kind of key stakeholder representatives of key stakeholder groups. So I will discuss about this later. So now moving on to the key findings. So now moving on to the key findings. How did the market as well as the wholesale companies, they reacted to retail competition? First of all, the entire water sector was rearranged. Initially, it was just the ministry and the economic regulator, but once after the retail market was opened, so there were, while the entire market is looked over by the Ministry of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, there are 2 key regulator bodies or organizations. One is the economic regulator and the licensing authority, that is Ofwat, who had been, this Ofwat was already established in 1980s when the water sector was privatized. Okay, so they are the main kind of, they are the main price regulators. They are the main price regulators, and they control the performances as well as the price, kind of how much each supplier can charge their customers or not. Okay, and then there is this new, they will, I think in 2015 or 2016, this new operator was established. They are the big, market operator. Basically, they manages the entire data. How much water is being used, how much prices, who are billed, who are not, and so on and so forth. Next, the 2 key stakeholders are the water companies, the regional water suppliers, the wholesale companies, and then the newly formed water retail companies, and the end users being the customers. Okay, and the 3 representative organizations are the wholesale companies, or they are represented by British Water, who are the trade association company, the trade association for these wholesale water suppliers. Then the retail companies are represented by UK Water Retailer Council, and lastly, customers are represented by CCW, or Consumer Council for Water. Then, once this retail market was introduced in 2017, what happened was the different wholesalers, who were the sole stakeholders in the entire water services market. So they were responsible in their respective regions. They were responsible for supplying as well as charging prices and sending meter reading, billing, as well as collecting the bills. So now a part of their activities are being kind of made open in market, so that other players can come in and take over these activities. So how did these wholesale companies, they reacted to retail competition? So there are, what we have observed is that there are 3 main types of response. One was consolidation. So what happened was two wholesale companies in adjoining water supply regions, they just joined hands and formed a new retail section and came back or reintroduced themselves in the retail market as an incumbent. Okay, and then however, some retail wholesalers, they just separated. So they did not join hand. They remained as they retained their entire, or rather tried to retain their entire customer base by just separating themselves into a separate retail company. However, the parent company still remained the same, the wholesale, the actual water supplying, the water company. However, owing to several factors, which I will discuss in the third section, so most of these companies, they could not continue because of very narrow profits. They could not continue their business, and most of them later, rather two of them have transferred their entire customer base to a new entrant or a totally new retail company. And the last was transfer and exit. Some wholesalers who did not find it beneficial to remain in the retail market, so they just exited the retail market and selling off their entire customer base to a new retailer. So these are the new retailers who entered the market once the retail market opened. However, one point to note is that the big ones, most of these are actually not, although they are new entrants in the market, but they already have their presence in the Scottish water retail market. So in Scotland, there is a similar model of water retail market, which it is similar, but it still differs in type terms of its structures, which is beyond the scope of this paper. So today I won't be able to discuss, but Castlewater, Business Stream, and others, they already have almost 8 to 10 years of experience in working in the retail market in Scotland. Okay. Now, next, how does the market distribution look like? So in the paper, as I have explained, so I define incumbents as the ones who have the consolidated as well as a separated model. Those, the wholesalers who come back in another form in the retail market, are called as incumbents. And these incumbents, they are the consolidated companies. And there are such 6 big companies, and they take up 58% of the market. However, the new entrants who can be totally new player or business having experience from the Scottish market. So these new entrants, who are mainly the transfer exit model, they take up around 41% of the market share. And a very small part of the market is being, some companies, they have opted for self-supply. So they do not have any, did not go for any retailer, but they just kind of do their own meter reading and do their own billing. Okay. So now, so this is how, the first part is how the market responded, or the water sector responded. Next is, what was the impact of this retail competition on customers? How did their experience change? For that, I conduct a survey of 141 business organizations. So one representative from each of these business organizations. Sorry, I think I have missed one point at the very first. So this retail market, the consumers or customers are not the entire the customer base. So this retail market was open only for business organizations, not for everyone. So the household, the domestic section was kept out. So this was more a kind of like, so this market is more like a kind of a pilot run, and only business organizations who run privately from like their own premise, and they pay private water charges. Okay, so there were specific conditions. So not all business organizations were eligible to enter this market. Okay, so so for the survey, the customer survey, I interview representatives from 141 business consumers, and they are spread across 6 main water supply regions, as you can see the names. And these 6 are divided, kind of like they are categorized between the transfer exit or the new entrant model, and the consolidated or the incumbent model. Okay, and then I compare between these two how customer experiences differed or not. So why I do this? Because from my interviews as well as many of the reports, what I find is that it was claimed that incumbents who came into the market, they came with an existing infrastructure, customer base, and a lot of know-how. So they were kind of in a very beneficial position, and they were in a position where they could offer lower prices. However, the new entrants were in a more difficult position. So to compare whether customer experience differed between these two regions, that's why I categorized my sample into these two broader model areas. Okay. So the survey sample comprised of respondents from consolidated areas and transparent areas, and then later on I do 8 in-depth interviews with key market player representatives. So kind of like these representatives, they represent main stakeholder groups such as one from wholesale supplier, one from I think two from retail companies, also from the regulator agencies, as well as independent scholars who are consultants and academics who have been working in this market. So what are the findings? So the findings are that despite claims that there has been very limited participation among the consumers, I see that actually participation has been quite good, at least within my survey population. So up to, I think, almost 60 to 70%, they tried to switch or they tried to renegotiate their contract with their water retailers. Okay, and in terms of customer satisfaction, I do not find any difference between incumbent or new entrant model, or between those who have switched and those who stayed back with their default water providers. Okay, in terms of communication, savings, timely bills. So in terms of the entire service range, cost, savings, I do not find any significant difference between whether the retailer was incumbent or a new entrant. Okay. In the market. However, one thing that was noted and which is significantly different is that the new entrant region had much lower bill disputes. And lastly, and most significant, is that there was no improvement whatsoever of this. So this was kind of like the big impact or big outcome that was being expected from the retail market, is that it will induce or promote water use efficiency. So different water use efficiency services from the retailers. But no significant improvements, or nothing was rather kind of like it reduced than the pre-retail market standards. So why this happened? So this is what we will be finding out. I'll just hurry up. So the main, sorry.
Finish. We have out of time now, and we didn't have time for the question and answer. So can you finish maybe in 20 seconds?
Okay, I'll take just 30 seconds maybe. So main the factors that are influencing these market outcomes are frictions regarding incompetent data, market harmony. So there is a lot of friction between stakeholders, between expectations from wholesalers, retailers, as well as the customers. Lastly, profit margins has been found to be very low, owing to the different policies, the regulatory policies, and the stakeholder perspectives. So each stakeholders and their interests, they clash. They do not really align well. And so these are the different perspectives. And as can be seen from the interview transcripts, the in-depth interviews, so the key points are substantial benefits that was expected compared to the huge investment in setting up this market has not happened yet. There are kind of allegations in terms of defying standard competition laws between incumbents versus new entrants, and low profitability leaves no incentive for retailers to invest in any accessory services like water use efficiency, conservation practices, or even improving administrative efficiency. So these are the main findings. And lastly, I will just finish up with the policy implications, which are high transaction costs. So even if these policies are to be adapted in other geographies, what one should keep in mind is to introduce competition or retail competition in the retail services market. High transaction cost, market complexity, and regulatory interventions are often the main constraints to that are the factors that constrain efficiency outcomes. Lastly, economic incentives rather than the main point that I found was that rather than introducing this new retail market, they could have provided economic incentives for wider uptake of smart meters. So at present, I think less than 30% or less of the business consumers, they have smart meters. That leads to the whole problem of manual meter reading, billing discrepancy, and so on. And like it just increases. So the entire retail market might not have been necessary if the economic incentives, proper economic incentives for wider uptake of smart meters could be facilitated. And lastly, removal or relaxation or complete removal of price caps, regulatory price caps, might help to improve profit margins. That might again help in kind of more innovative strategies from the private companies, for private retail companies. With that,
hi,
thank you.
Jonathan Meyer, Johns Hopkins University. I had a question for Dr. Atakanova. I was wondering what the scale of the water usage was as per the total consumption in Kazakhstan. So what is, for example, of the entire water consumption, what proportion of that is in the mining sectors?
Sorry, I think this is not related to my paper.
Okay. So thanks a lot for our 5 excellent presentations. And so I have actually, maybe Lynn has other meeting now, but I'm going to ask one maybe question to all the presenters here. Then we will open questions to the floor. Yeah. So one is, I have actually a few questions, but because of time limitations, I may ask only one. So you talk about like policy innovations, right, in different angles, and you talk about government's role, but what about any negative effects of policy innovations? So of course, it is not your research, but did you come up any like research or findings based on your research, like any unexpected, unethical side of
input-output tables.
policy innovations?
So the data that you see there is with respect is so like how much did it cost for mining companies to
go ahead.
Yeah, maybe to everyone. Yeah. Maybe you can start, any of us. Yeah.
Sure. Actually, government's role are kind of complex. Like it's mixed role usually, especially in terms of the innovation, promotion, and for example, like what Autry, is it Autry? Yeah, and Prof. Mehmet's paper, like I remember the facets of different innovations, and also different governments like South Korea, Singapore, India, they have different ways to kind of promote the innovation. And I think maybe, for example, like two top-down method or way to promote the innovation might kind of have the negative impact. This is one of the negative impacts that I can think of that's brought by the government to innovation. And of course, I'm not saying that top-down is just a like pure negative impact, but it has the possibility. Yeah.
Okay, I like to add a simple one. Sometimes the policy innovations are decided by policymakers, but it's not in consultation with the stakeholders. So it can be that some policy innovations are beneficial to only certain parties, then it's not beneficial to others. So to combat that, sometimes maybe consultation needs to be done so that the stakeholders can all accept.
Thanks, Kiji. And
yeah, I think what's really hard is to parse out the effects of innovation itself versus the effects of the policy itself. Like is it because there's negative effects because of that it's novel, or is it there's negative effects because it's a change? So I think one thing that you can think about is that, at least in the context of a lot of these migration policies, is that when you introduce novel policies, it tends to create a lot of uncertainty. So I think the contrary to being more marginal, being less innovative, I think that creates a lot of uncertainty around the policy implementation, and that somehow becomes negative in that sense, that a lot of the issues surrounding the implementation is around preventing it from being ineffective. So whether or not it becomes truly novel, with higher levels of uncertainty, then you're relying on more heuristics, and it then becomes less innovative at the end. I think that's the main issue that I've found in these immigration policies.
Okay. Thanks, Kiji, Archie and Motri. So do you have any thoughts about unethical side or negative effects of policy innovations?
So should
Maitri, you can go ahead, Maitri.
Okay, so I'll take. Okay, the question is a pretty short one and a simple looking, but related to my paper, I think there are plenty of angles from where I can discuss about the negative effects or the negative impacts of this kind of policy innovation. So retail competition, how it was introduced it as a novel retail market in water services. So as I said, the first thing that I noted was, rather than introducing this entire retail market, which indeed has a lot of, it was a big investment, right? So it has economic implications, but in terms of efficiency outcomes and the environmental, environmental or sustainability outcomes, as I said, I could not find any change in the outcome, right? So whether this retail market was really necessary or not, that is a question which might not be might not be liked by the policymakers very much. But as I said, instead of the retail market, if they could have facilitated or promoted uptake of smart meters. So now uptake of smart meters is also very much, it's a problematic sector, because at present, the retailers, they do not own the meters. So the meters are owned by water suppliers. Now water suppliers, they own the meters, but they don't read it. So whether retailers have problem or not reading the meters, that's not their responsibility anymore. So it was not well thought that, but however, if most of the all the consumers could be motivated to take up smart meters, what would happen that the question of manual meter reading would be gone, right? And then there could be a lot of problems in terms of data discrepancy, milling, kind of mistakes while billing, and so on and so forth would be gone. And then maybe the retail sector, the whole purpose of the retail market might become obsolete. So, yes, I think sometimes policy innovations are made with a certain aspect of outcome as in mind. However, the broader scope, what are the other aspects of it? So one outcome can have several other aspects. So those are not well thought of. So this is my understanding from the case study that I did in my paper.
Great, thanks, Madhuri. And Archie, do you have
thanks, Prof. Thanks, everyone. I'll quickly give my comments. Actually, I'm looking at 3 different countries and looking at around 14 innovations. So what I have observed is that basically there is a tendency for advanced innovation ecosystems to get more concentrated. What I observed from, even Lynn's presentation, as well as, several other, speakers, what I observed is that I think innovation, if it is successful and there is a process that governments tend to develop to come out with innovations. If they find that the process is useful to them and they're able to bring out successful innovations, they may potentially stop looking for alternative pathways for innovating. So what I'm trying to say is perhaps disruptive innovation is something that, advanced economies are not looking at. And at the same time, that is the type of innovation you widely see in, developing countries. And that helps developing countries to actually spearhead in, much faster and compete with, advanced economies. So I believe that disruptive innovation, which comes from bottom up and keeps in, brings together several stakeholders, brings together their opinions, allows new ideas to germinate and, enter the public sector, would be much more beneficial for public sector innovation in the long run.
Is it called lock-in effect? Yeah. So is it called a lock-in effect? What you just described?
Lock-in effect, perhaps, yes. Because I think if it is successful, governments tend to not look for the alternatives, unless there is another crisis which hits them and acts as a catalyst for them to rethink their way of, working through innovations.
Yes.
Great, thanks a lot. So any questions from the participants? And you can also type in chat button as well, so we can read. Maybe we may take a few questions if there are any from the audience. Or we can ask questions to each other if you have any regarding COVID, for example, contact tracing and.
So maybe I can, I have a question. It came to my mind while Lynn's presentation. So Lynn, when you were, you were studying Trace Together app and how it was developed, the tech part of it, how government introduced it, and then how they addressed public concern regarding Trace Together app. But did you also look at the regulatory side of it? Because I guess the high policy adoption, or rather consumer adoption for Trace Together was also because of, successful regulatory strategies, right? So there were many different types of strategies, regulatory strategies were taken, kind of naming, shaming, wide coverage in the media. Then even if you are kind of faking your Trace Together app, but the government has other means of finding out from, like, say, for example, supermarket CC cameras or other stuffs. So like all these strategies were used by government to show that like we are watching, and if you are not using the Trace Together app, then you might be in trouble. And that kind of helped in widespread adoption. And once it was adopted, it has kind of like, it has become more a habit than a matter of questioning, right? So yes. I think that regulatory part, that is also very important. Why it Trace Together, like Singapore has the highest adoption rate here. And I guess.
Thank you, Moishe. Yeah. So I think I understand what the regulator side as facilitating condition. Can I understand like this? Like, yep. For example, governments also create an environment to
exactly. It can be both carrot and stick, right? Sometimes kind of so they distributed Trace Together apps free of cost, and so there was app for the young population. For the older population, there was these tokens. Then government also distributed masks and others. So government was also benevolent, but at the same time also strict, right? So in terms of regulatory measures, both carrots and sticks were used, right? So maybe that part you could, in your paper, I thought that you could kind of like look into.
Yes,
because
thank you
some of the
so
factors
much.
why it led to this so much widespread adoption, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thanks for the feedback, because Lean is aiming to publish it in a top journal, like maybe Government Information Quarterly or Public Administration Review. So yeah, she's taking all the comments very seriously. And any other questions from the audience to each other?
Lynn, I would also like to point out, I think Trace Together app, it was, I think it was successfully developed and it was implemented as, as an important tool. And it has actually helped, curb the spread of the cases. The carrot and stick, method that, Maitri has pointed out, that is also true. Observed by, many citizens as well as, globally by experts. But I think after the success of Trace Together, what about the sustained use of the app and the data collected, thereafter for other applications, something I think I've read about it, which is, I think, extension of Trace Together for crime prevention as well. So I think there is an ethical question there. I think I think users shared their data with a different purpose, and I think the application now has a different usage after it's met its core purpose. I think that extension users were not aware of, citizens weren't aware of. So that is also on the regulatory side, which calls to question, should that be the right approach? Would you call that an innovation with a positive repercussion, or is it ethically wrong and should be questioned? Something, but I think it's out of your research question, I think, but still.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the sustainability is a problem for actually different apps, and now currently Trace Together is like not using anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. So thanks a lot for all the presentations and the feedback to each other. So we have another actually presentation actually very soon, in a few minutes perhaps. So we may close the session. So in the meantime, if you have any questions, again, you can type. And thanks a lot for everyone's participation and attendance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the day and the panel. So enjoy your other panels.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. Thank you.
Ana böyle kesin oradan kesin de burada. Çok çok güzel. Çok önemli. Ne mesela yemler yemler. Ama zaten okul yardımcı. Şimdi yazmaydı. Çok güzel. Çok güzel. Yeni aldım aslında. Вышли быстро, вышли для стороны.
Okay, it's better. And my name is Eric Rosgaliev. I'll be moderating this panel session. And without further delay, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. It is Professor Colin Knox. He's Professor and Vice Dean for Academic Affairs here at GSPP. And he'll be speaking on Kazakhstan and the OECD in search of international legitimacy.
Okay, thank you, Surik. It feels like I'm in an airplane because I see participants with blankets around them. And I want to know why the panel didn't get blankets as well. Anyway, to the substance of the presentation, I'm going to talk about Kazakhstan and the OECD in search of legitimacy. So, okay. So oops, I'm sorry. So just to give you a little bit of background and why I think this is an interesting topic. So Kazakhstan has had long-standing ambitions to join the OECD from about 2008. And I think it's part of a wider agenda of international probation. So this presentation in a very short period of time will look at Kazakhstan's involvement with the OECD, a kind of a roadmap of how it's attempting to become a member. It will consider one aspect of collaboration with the OECD, which is supporting effective governance. And it will look at, ask the question whether progress in terms of international metrics can be attributed to Kazakhstan's relationship with the OECD. So what is the OECD? I'm sure many of you know. It's an association of 38 nations in Europe, the Americas, and the Pacific. It helps member countries to formulate economic and social policies, and its members represent about 80% of world trade. It also helps developing countries outside of its membership to promote reform, and that's the subject of the presentation today, Kazakhstan and its relationship with the OECD and how, if at all, it has helped with public sector reforms. So Kazakhstan's first involvement with the OECD began in 2008, so it's about a 14-year partnership. The first program it was involved with was the Eurasian Competitiveness Program, which had 13 countries in it from Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. Overall, that program was really about promoting economic development, increasing competitiveness, building entrepreneurship. So the essence of that program was really about taking or using OECD standards to improve the business climate and attract foreign investment. Kazakhstan was one of those 13 countries. The next relationship between the OECD and Kazakhstan came in 2011 when Kazakhstan was asked to participate in a steering committee entitled the Eurasian Competitiveness Process, which, as I say, began in 2011, and Kazakhstan had to donate to support their involvement in this to the tune of €800,000. So partnering with the OECD is not inexpensive. And I can tell you that it's impossible to find out how much this partnership has cost Kazakhstan to date. Suffice to say, it's a lot of money. So the most recent collaboration between Kazakhstan and the OECD comes in the form of this country cooperation agreement for the period 2015-18. And this allowed Kazakhstan to adopt OECD standards that enabled it to build institutions and build capacity for policy reforms. At that stage, the then President Massimov, now maybe infamous Prime Minister Massimov, said, the introduction of OECD best practices in our policies is a prerequisite for strengthening our role in the global economy. So here's, the first formal statement that Kazakhstan has been seeking international legitimacy through its partnership with the OECD. Just to give you some idea of the extent of collaboration, part of their work in this OECD country program resulted in 30 policy reviews and capacity building projects, and it helped Kazakhstan adhere to some 30+ legal instruments. The scale of the ambition to join the OECD for Kazakhstan to become a member of the OECD is captured by the fact that at the end of the program, this 2015-18 country cooperation program, the OECD made over 500 recommendations across 34 agencies in Kazakhstan. So it was tasking Kazakhstan with lots to do. In summary, because of a very short period of time, collaboration between the Kazakhstan and the OECD did not progress particularly well, and certainly did not progress quickly enough for Kazakhstan. In a multilateral review conducted by the OECD in 2016, the OECD suggested these suggestions will not be unfamiliar to you, that Kazakhstan needed deep structural reforms, including a mixture of economic diversification, greater efforts to privatize, and tighter environmental regulation. So early hopes of Kazakhstan joining the OECD in 2017 were dashed. The most recent collaboration between the OECD and Kazakhstan comes in the form of this national action plan that's aimed at bringing country policies to OECD standards and preparing an application to join the OECD in 2025. So this has not been a short journey for Kazakhstan, and it has actually been a very expensive journey. So given the breadth of collaboration, it's not possible for me to cover all of that in a very short period of time. Suffice to say that over that 14-year period, the OECD has worked closely with Kazakhstan in a whole range of public policy areas, including social security, labor rights, education, agriculture, and so on. So in what was called a taking stock paper in 2017, this produced some suggestions on how Kazakhstan could take its journey to the OECD forward. Therein they made 4 key recommendations. First recommendation was to support effective governance. Second one, to build a competitive and open economy. Third one, to strengthen higher education, employment, and inclusion. The fourth one, fostering green growth. Again, I don't have time to go into all of these. I'm just going to select one, which is supporting effective governance. And within that recommendation, they made suggestions under 3 broad areas: public governance, public sector integrity, and open government. So I'm just going to dip into each of these to look at how Kazakhstan has responded to these recommendations. So on the public governance side, and you may have heard from Altair Akhmenov this morning, one of the responses to improving public governance has been the introduction of this new model of public administration, referred to in shorthand as people first. In essence, it is attempting to create this transition to proactive public services based on citizens' needs, a much more citizen-centric approach, if you will. Part of the suggestion in that model is to develop legislation to expand and remove barriers in the provision of public services, to simplify the processes of obtaining public services. And you heard Altair talking this morning about project management and more efficient delivery of public services. But it seems to me that even very small changes from pre-existing arrangements here in Kazakhstan to make this model work requires very significant legal amendments. It's a very cumbersome process, given the history of Kazakhstan as a very legally based system of public admin. You will all know, for those of you who are living here, that Kazakhstan has performed particularly well in terms of its e-government. So it's now placed something like 29th place out of 190 countries in the UN e-development index. And it's targeted to have something like 90% of its public services in electronic format by 2030. Now, if you dig deeper into some of these public services, they're fairly superficial. Some of these public services are things like getting a license for a boat and so on. So I think the statistics kind of mask some fairly trivial public services. Just in terms of looking at some of the metrics, this is a graph that tries to capture performance in public services. It measures the presence of basic states functions that serve people. And you see that Kazakhstan has, on a scale of 1 to 10, had an upward trajectory from 2005 up till 2020. And you see, just comparing this with one post-Soviet country, Estonia, you'll see that Kazakhstan has some way to go in terms of being a comparator. You will note there, just from 2000 onwards, the effect of COVID on public services, quite significant. The second element of improving public governance arising from the OECD recommendations were to reinforce legal and institutional framework to support integrity and enable enforcement, and to promote greater transparency and inclusion of all non-government stakeholders in fighting corruption. So one of the responses, not by any means a comprehensive overview, but one of the responses here has been to introduce a code of ethics in 2015 that my colleague, Professor Polizzo, and I had a look at, and to enforce this through ethics commissioners. In looking at this topic, we found that these commissioners often had responsibility without any real power. They were perceived as whistleblowers, which has a very negative connotation in this part of the world. They had to monitor, arbitrate, and enforce standards even outside the workforce. So these were looking at civil service behavior in their leisure time. The second response to this, again, this is not comprehensive, but one of the things that we've looked at in research term was the setting up of public councils in 2016. These councils were set up to hold state organizations to account and to highlight corrupt activities. 2/3 of their membership were from NGOs and 1/3 was from state officials. So their role was to monitor the activities of public officials, to hold public meetings that they could voice the concerns of citizens, to conduct public examinations of public body, to assess how they were providing services and so on. So this was part of the public sector integrity response. Research highlights the fact that these bodies were actually no more than advisory and consultative bodies and have turned out to be relatively ineffective, what one might describe as toothless tigers. Again, I'm not making causal links here, but if the public sector integrity response was to include the reduction in corruption, corruption perception index here shows a fairly marginal improvement in corruption perceptions from 2013 onwards. Again, if we look at the comparison between Kazakhstan and Estonia, there's a fairly significant gap. And the final response in terms of public governance to the OECD recommendations was to provide much more open government. Again, this is not comprehensive given the time I have, but typically the way in which the Kazakhstan government has responded to this has been to open up many more platforms, electronic platforms, to interact with citizens. So we have an open legislation platform, we have an open budgeting platform, and we have an open dialogue platform. The problem with these platforms, if you look at the first one, it's replete with legalese that's largely impenetrable to the average citizen. Open budgeting, you need to be an accountant to actually penetrate the data that's available on this website. It defies comprehension by the average citizen. Thirdly, in terms of open dialogue, these platforms are moderated very significantly by gatekeepers. So the extent to which they're open, I think, is highly questionable. And in fact, in interviews with civil servants, we found that there's a degree of obstruction by officials who see open government as disrupting the status quo, particularly opportunities to engage in patronage, nepotism, and corruption. Thus far, Kazakhstan's been unwilling to join the international open government partnership, which is a partnership between the NGO sector and government to improve openness and collaboration. And it's been described in the literature as Kazakhstan as having half open government. This is just my final international metric, and it looks at the quality of government as measured by the mean value of variables that measure corruption, law and order, and bureaucratic quality. In fact, Kazakhstan has done relatively well since 2017 in this, by comparison with Estonia. And I think e-government has a lot to, one-stop shops has a lot to contribute to this. I'm getting the 1 minute nod. Okay, so to conclude, what do we take from this? Certainly from the research that we've done over this past few years, we see a fixation in Kazakhstan with functional reviews. So they believe that rearranging the furniture often leads to more effective government. When it absorbs a lot of time, it just results in usually the same or a smaller number of ministries. Fragmented system is predicated on vertical accountability. So accountability is upwards rather than downwards. We see evidence of frequent ministerial churn or turnover that results in a patronage system. So ministers bringing in their teams. These teams are of trust to the minister rather than citizens. Very limited policy evaluation and therefore little institutional memory. Our governance arrangements here are rooted in legislation, which becomes a straitjacket that limits innovation and risk-taking. Where there has been an improvement in government performance, it's very difficult to establish a causal link to OECD partnerships. So my question is the OECD Kazakhstan partnership just simply an example of isomorphic mimicry? So to conclude, so why has Kazakhstan engaged with and spent significant funding working with the OECD if it's just a form of mimicry? Well, it's certainly part of this wider agenda of becoming one of the top 30 developed countries by 2050. Kazakhstan craves this international approbation. And Kazakhstan is becoming very impatient at the length of time that it's taking to become a member of the OECD. So the proposed date for membership now is 2025, and it looms large. So from the government's point of view, I'm speaking very liberally here, it has paid its dues. It's seemingly adopted OECD reforms. It yearns international legitimacy, and the OECD provides the entry pass to a global community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Cory Knox, for this thought-provoking presentation. And without further delay, I'd like to invite our second speaker. It's Rita Casa. Is that correct? And the presentation is on introducing horizontal dimension in school governance in Kazakhstan, school boards, per capita funding, and school principals' autonomy.
Okay, hello everybody. So let me just continue with some references to OECD we just heard about. Education is one of the sectors when OECD has been a prominent actor in assessing student learning, teacher work conditions. Kazakhstan has been part of international comparative studies run by OECD for now a decade almost. But today we'll talk about a national perspective on what happens in Kazakhstani schools. And what I will talk about is about changes that the per capita funding that has been launched in mainstream public schools in urban settings is promoting, along with this, some changes in school management. And I will try to answer two questions. One is, how do schools engage with the horizontal dimension of school governance, that is school boards of trustees, and how is per capita funding associated with the school level decision-making for school development? And this presentation is also part of a research project funded by the Ministry of Education and Science. But before I proceed with answering the two questions that I posed, let me just outline the context for these questions. What we have in Kazakhstan, of course, is kind of a vertical structure of governance in education, and on the regional level or oblast, there was some decentralization to that level, but what also studies show that whatever discretion these regional levels may have, they really comply very much with the ministerial guidance. So we are really talking about a vertical system of governance. And before 2004, that was all that existed. But then there was a regulation adopted stipulating that educational organizations may establish boards of trustees. And these regulations have been modified in 2007, and 2017 is the current one. And the current one stipulates that the board of trustees needs to be present at every school. It needs to involve parents, and the director of the school cannot be the member of the board of trustees. Whereas in 2004, when the model was just established, that was the case. And as part of this reform that goes hand in hand is also a change in public mainstream school funding. What we know is that in Kazakhstan, only about 60 basically taxation powers of local governments are limited, and the central government finances approximately 60% of subnational governmental spending. As a result, also in education, there's quite a bit of reliance on a Republican budget. And even though the funding of education was decentralized to the level of oblast, this decentralization indicated that there isn't really clear criteria how schools are funded. And in 2010, the situation had led to establishing initiative to examine the school funding in terms of the amount allocated per student. And what these studies found is that level of funding for student differs not just across these regions, but also across schools in the same city. Two similar schools may have very different levels for student funding. And there were also difficulties to explain why are those differences there, raising questions of transparency, adequacy, and equity. And in 2010, the state program for education development set it as a goal to develop per capita funding. And it took about